be there until the circle comes and goes. The entire season of the World Cup comes and goes. Everyone would always have things to talk about, how things have gone as far as this one is concerned. Is it a case of Nigeria not being at the World Cup that is responsible for why the frenzy is not at fever pitch level already? Or it's a case of, okay, well, maybe, just maybe, things would have been different if our guys were there? Or even for those who are traveling to the competition, the way FIFA has packaged it this season is what is actually not making it as exciting as it should be. I mean, tickets around $620. Ha, or more.
It's crazy. And to be honest, you also look at people who are going to be there, from the capacity of players. And just yesterday or this morning, I saw reports about an Iranian player, who after a long flight to the United States of America was subjected to 7 grilling hours of interview.
What did happen?
For what? Because
I want to play World Cup. I go back my country.
I think first of all, people are not exactly excited about United States of America and all of these things that are good that is going on. Their international relations at this point in time is not the smoothest, and you would understand for obvious reasons. So I think that's one of the issues, and they still battle the whole thing with India and China concerning the broadcast deals and all of those things. So I think, yes, maybe it's quite like that from the global front. But for the Nigerians especially, understand that when the Super Eagles are there, everybody just wants to have a piece of something from the team, from brands to just the average fan in the street, basically be seeing, people basically be gearing up for Nigeria. In fact, the last time we were at the World Cup, we had so many people, artists, even the artists, bringing out tapes, singing songs to support the Super Eagles, and so much frenzy about the team, the jersey. There was so much of a really good atmosphere. Considering that we were going to the World Cup, and of course we expect, even if we are not exactly going to do so well, but the fact that we are part of that global festival, it's always something. And we are not going to be having it now. And to be honest, last year it was almost the same in terms of the level of for lack of better words, the way people accepted, and even there was much of the appetite, let me just put it out in that light, the appetite towards the World Cup itself, and it is understandable. So I think all of these things have played a part in not so great excitement level leading to the World Cup. But I'm sure a day on the eve of the World Cup itself, probably even after the opening ceremony, I am very sure that many things will be talked about. There's going to be a lot of conversations, and of course it will drive the engagement from the average fan on the street. They are going to see one or two things that they want to talk about: Rema performing, and the Nigeria, because I saw the lineup of even the songs and the performances around. We have out of 5, we have 4 Nigerians participating, artists, and of course the other one being Tyler of South Africa. So I thought all of these things, Nigeria being obviously the biggest market in terms of the engagement, the social media, and everything that concerns the World Cup and the excitement off of the pitch itself. All of these things would sell, and more conversations will be had. So let's see how it goes. I think I'm looking forward to the eve of the tournament. I think that's where it begins to pick up properly as far as Nigeria is concerned.
Okay, let's see how that goes, and what could change as far as all the excitement leading to this particular competition is concerned. It's a packed one, of course. We'll have a lot of things to let you know as far as this one is concerned. Countries going for the competition, how they are ranked, best players, all of it. If you've been following the countdown show, yes, World at Play, we've done our best to always make sure that no information is left out as we prepare for the World Cup. But yes, there's so much more to come as far as this one is concerned, and yes, we will definitely get right into it and bring you the action. Let's get straight into our talking points on the show today. And yes, Thomas Tuchel has been handed a contract extension by the Football Association without proving his worth for the first major tournament, with Robbie Fowler saying that the German tactician has to win the 2026 World Cup in order to justify that show of faith in him by giving him a contract extension. The former Chelsea, Paris Saint-Germain and Bayern Munich boss, of course, was appointed by the Three Lions due to his track record of delivering tangible success. England have in the men's game gone 60 years without having something to celebrate on the senior international front. The legends of 1966 continue to wait. Yes, they were the last, of course, to fulfill the last trophy entry on rather sparse roll of honor for the national team. Gareth Southgate, who has been knighted, became a knight on the back of his exploits in the most demanding coaching post. Came as close as anybody to breaking the barren run, where he of course guided the Three Lions to a World Cup semi-final and back-to-back European Championship finals. Big question, but yes, we'll find out about that question after we pay bills. We'll be back with more. Stay with us. The action continues.
A complete deal.
Yes, so this is Jolly Johnny on the streets. How well do you know Maggi chicken flavor? Oh yeah, spell celery.
Celery. Celery.
Bros, you want turn to salary? Okay, spell turmeric.
Turmeric.
Yes, so
Turmeric.
Correct. One carton of Maggi chicken flavor for you.
Maggi chicken flavor with onions, celery, and turmeric. My game changer.
Brila FM. A complete deal.
Football Live.
Yes, of course, we are back and Football Live continues. After that, a quick break, of course, we get right back into our talking points on the show today. Can England truly win the World Cup? What's the minimum requirement for Thomas Tuchel and his team? Big question, because again, we get in that place where it begins to feel like there is a sense of entitlement when it comes to conversations around England and if they can win the World Cup. You hear things like it's coming home, you hear things like, oh, the World Cup football is ours, we started this game and all of that talk. And yeah, but if you've not won anything in since 1966, that's 60 years now. I mean, I think you should just be humble and work hard to make sure you at least break the hoodoo, rather than, you know, being almost boastful or being almost arrogant about the fact that you are not there until you break into that place. 60 whole years. Come on, that's how many generations now? And then we're talking about you people still feeling that the least Thomas Tuchel can do is to win the World Cup. England, are they in the right place? Can they truly win the World Cup?
To start with, I think there's no standard to whatever England are trying to do. They're basically without the standard. Yes, they won the World Cup before, but that's 60 years, big 60 years ago. And don't forget, even the World Cup came, you know, with some controversy at that point in time. The level of officiating and whatever, there was so much noise about it, but that's his bygone being bygones. But the fact is, I think England are being subjected to this because I mean, Tuchel is being subjected to this only because he's not English. Particularly because it's also German. And you look at, you know, since he got the job, there's been one controversy here that some people are not, you know, content with the way he's handled the team. Some it's about the selection. Yeah, maybe sometimes could be dodgy, but I think there's so much that has been said. And sometimes I've watched many of the, you know, their media guys and the way they analyze some of these things. They call him all sorts of names, no respect to him whatsoever. And I feel like, okay, England were at the 2010 World Cup. They were 2014. They had terrible performances, and I'm not sure. I mean, because the managers who were involved at that point in time were, you know, English, and I wasn't sure if, you know, the level of backlash they've given many of the managers. Roy Hodgson was there. They never really did anything under the old man, and you know, few other people you point at, and to be honest, I think it's just to an extent annoying, you know, how there's nobody who would look at England and say 100% they are the best team in the world. It's not possible, because they've got, I'm not sure you look at England and say, okay, they are the same level as Spain. They are the same level as France. I'm not sure. I think people will look at three nations and say, okay, they are well ahead of England in the pecking order. And yeah, I think with the with the World Cup forms they've shown recently, making a semi-final would be almost a big. I mean, you look at Gareth Southgate. He got to the semi-final 2018, and the whole thing was, the way England were going and all of these things. Yes, he got a little bit of backlash, but it wasn't as much as you have for Tuchel, who even has not even taken them to the World Cup, and there's a whole lot of mess about him. And they got to that semi-final, and the feeling was like, okay, they have everything that it takes, to win the World Cup ahead of even France at that point in time. So I think for me, there's absolutely no standard where English fans or the media would say, okay, this is what we are holding Tuchel to. If you say, okay, we give him a target of semi-final, I think that would be modest. That would actually be fair, because considering the fact that all of the even top class managers that they've had, they've not exactly been able to do anything. But I also understand, because Tuchel came in highly recommended. But only 8 teams have ever won the World Cup before. But that is not to say the rest of, say 30 teams that have been going to the World Cup every year, or even let's say 28 teams that have been going to World Cup every year since it went to 32, because this is the first time we are going to a big tournament for the 8. So I think it's not to say they are terrible. At least you have 16 knockouts. Round of 16, so 16 teams make it to the knockouts every tournament. It is not to say the other ones are not prepared or they would not like to be in that same position. So for me, I think the English fan, this arrogance about, okay, we have the best talents. Yes, we have a good number of talents, but even this team, it took pragmatism for them to even achieve whatever they achieved 2018. Between 2018 and last year, even at the last Euros. So for me, I think you just have to, at this point, instead of all of the noise, they need more focus, they need more support, because many a times the players have been subjected to so much. Because when you're hyping up many of these kids before they even get matured, you place so much expectations on them and they fall, then it affects their confidence, and then you're absolutely belting them for not living up to the hype once more. I think for me, you just have to tone it down a bit and learn lessons from the past. Instead, just drums your support and see how it goes. Not subjecting the man to. You look at the number of talents that they are going with. Not Madueke, and you feel that's the kind of team where you have the likes of Mbappe and Champions League winners fighting for the same title. On paper, they are not the best. And I think they should just leave it at that. Whatever comes out of it, yes, maybe the semi-final will be a good one. And that is not to say maybe they are not ambitious enough. But Tuchel is a man who knows the job. Allow him, not criticizing him even before the World Cup starts and expecting them to fail. So for me, I think they've not done enough of support for the manager himself. And I'm sure it's because he's not English. And that's the reason why they are basically on his case. So for me, they just need to support the man as much as possible and allow them do their work.
Get behind the team is what Joseph is saying. He says every other thing you guys are saying doesn't really make sense. If you will support this man, then I think we have a situation where we can talk about how good this team can be and how things can look good for them. But all of this talk of, oh no, he's not getting it right, he's not changing anything. Joseph says no, it doesn't make sense. And at some point it begins to get down to it begins to point in the direction that, okay, there's something you guys do not like about this guy, and that's why you do not think he does a good job for the side or can possibly do a good job for the side. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Yes, the numbers to go on the show this afternoon to get us started right here on Football Live. Can England win the World Cup, and what should realistically be the target for Thomas Tuchel and his guys?
To be honest, I think a semi-final, if Gareth Southgate was able to do it again, Tuchel coming in with so much for himself, his CV is impressive, and if he's been able to achieve, he's won the Champions League with some of the best with the best team in the world at some point, with Chelsea, with not so much of great resources. I think with this English national team, given if you are allowed to do your job without the noise, I think they should be able to make a semi-final. They've got the talents, they've got the quality in their side, and they have a quality manager. So I think it should be able to get something from this World Cup. Probably a bronze medal finish would probably be the standard because they did it in 2018 anyways. So I can understand if people are looking at it from the angle of, okay, if we're able to get this all with a Southgate at that point in time, You coming in highly recommended should, at least to a good level.
They lost the bronze medal match to Belgium.
To Belgium, yes. So maybe
but at least fourth place was what they got.
It was respectable, but probably get the bronze medal or even appear in the final. But to say outrightly to win it like as if it's a birthright, I think it is wrong.
Okay, well, there's a sense of arrogance that goes with the way they talk about it, and they let you know that we should be winning the World Cup. This is actually something that we should be doing, and all the talk that goes into it. Well, some people believe it is unfair, given the quality that they have and how things have looked for them in the last couple of years. Some have said, well, if you've not won it for that long, there's a reason why, and you should be humble about it. Can England win the World Cup? Do you look at this squad and you look at the quality that they have and you say, of a truth, these guys have what it takes to go all the way and get the job done? Let's get started this afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my man.
Yes, welcome.
General is my name. I'm calling you from Abuja.
Welcome. Go on.
Can you hear me?
Go on. Yes, we can hear you.
I say I'm a general. I'm calling you from Abuja.
Go on.
Thomas Tuchel, of one of the hardest job in the world. But like England, like Nigeria, whenever you are coaching them, the ex-players, everybody's eyes is on England. That they need to do this, they need to do that, they need to do this, they need to do that. That month, they tell you.
Okay.
I don't see England winning the World Cup because not only when you are going to competition, not only you have a good team, having a good team will not guarantee you silverware. If you have a good team and your opponent too has a good team more than you, let me say you will not win the trophy. Not that you are not good, but people that you are going to face. So stop thinking about all those things in World Cup. I have about 3 or 4 teams that is better than England. You understand? So that is the problem. They will not win the World Cup. If they can reach semi-final, the coach do the good job. If they can reach the semi-final, the coach do the good job. Because for me, my not top 9 striking department, England is not in every department except top 9. England is not the best among the top 3 in the nation now. Having a good league will not guarantee you a good tournament. And you doing well with club side will not make you a good national team coach. So Thomas Tuchel, this is the time to test Thomas Tuchel. And I know Thomas Tuchel will not win it. And this time no take, if they come back, he will throw the towel. Thank you very much, my lovely brother.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that one. He says Tuchel is not the man to win it, and he doesn't think that will happen this season for England. He says England cannot win the World Cup. He actually went as far as emphasizing that apart from the number 9 position, that you can actually say Harry Kane is right there, and there's hardly anybody better than him in that position right now. Yes, you can go further. Yes, you can go further to say that it will be hard for England to get the job done. Is that what you think? Yes. Would you say the same thing? Let's hear from you this afternoon as well on Football Live. Good afternoon.
Victor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Joseph, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, Samuel calling.
Samuel, you're welcome.
I think this is the time for England to win the World Cup because they have 90% chance for me, because their players are doing well in their respective clubs, and they've gotten a manager who has been a winner. So the confidence in him now will motivate the players. So they are good. They have the best striker in the world, in Harry Kane, who has scored almost 70 goals this season. So most of the players, they have their respective wings. They are doing well. Most of them did well in the concluded season. So they have about 3 or 4 players in all the wings on the pitch. So With the motivation they have, this is their year. If they cannot win it now, when I said now, this World Cup, this one that will start on Thursday, England should win it because they have all it takes to do well. So I think they should be my adopted team because during your intro, you were talking about Nigerians. How are we feeling? I'm not feeling okay. The World Cup is just some days. It's just some days to start now. And this is the time the train is coming to me now that we did not qualify. So you can imagine 10 African teams and we are not there. 48 teams in the world, we are not there. So I'm now feeling it. But I've adopted England to be the country I will support in the World Cup. So I see England winning it. I wish them all the best because they are a formidable team with an experienced manager.
Okay.
Thank you very much, VQ.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution on the show today. Yes, getting it started right here. And you know that except you're a Nigerian, or you do this kind of job we do, you might just be feeling, it's World Cup safe. I will not lie to you. I'm looking forward to it. I couldn't have waited 4 years of my life and then I'll tell you that I'm not looking forward to this World Cup. It's a lie. I am looking forward to the World Cup. I hope it will be difficult. It will be impossible. Yes, but I hope to see all the 104 matches. The reason I'll not be able to see that is that once you start playing the third matches in the group phase, those games start going down simultaneously and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, so but to say I will not follow the World Cup, Nalayo, I will follow him. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Vicky, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Mr. Joseph, I greet you.
I greet you. Good afternoon.
This is Jose Chasing Marty.
Okay.
Vicky, for me, England FA, England fans, England ex-players, they have all the right in the world to demand that Tuchel wins the World Cup for them. I have my reasons.
Okay.
Because with what Southgate did with this English national team, what he did, part of the reason why they brought in Tuchel was for them to be able to cross the finish line.
Okay.
To get to the final hurdle, which is winning a trophy. Because all of us here will agree that Southgate did a wonderful job with this English national team. He got to Euros final, he lost on penalties. He got to World Cup, 2 World Cups, one third place, the other one I forgot where they got to. But he did well. The only thing that was missing was a trophy. Getting to the final and winning it. So with the experience that Tuchel has, with this pedigree, with his winning mentality, with the grit, the determination that these teams always, play with, I believe that it's doable. We can do it. And also, let us not forget that England has a big array, great array of players, talented players in every position. They have a very strong squad. So all they need is a manager that has won it before, that that has a winning formula, so to speak. So for me, it's not asking too much. I don't think they are punching above their weight. If they demand that he wins the World Cup for them, it's within their reach. For me, with the abundance of talent in their squad. So that's my own position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your position on the show today. Now, England has got us talking. I don't want to say colonial masters, but
it is what it is.
You know what it is. It is what it is, my brother. And yes, let's get right into it. We'll take more of the calls. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, welcome. Work is fine, thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I concern the national team.
What's your name, please? Tell us your name.
Hello?
Tell us your name.
My name is Barnabas, sir.
Barnabas, you're welcome.
Yeah. Concerning the national team of England, they're not winning this World Cup. Highest they go to quarterfinals.
Barnabas, is there a beef? Is there a beef between you and England? Are you angry? Hello, Barnabas, can you hear me?
I'm with you, sir.
Is there a beef between you and England? You said they cannot win the World Cup. You said it in a very serious way.
Because you win the World Cup, you have a very good schema, and in that their squad, I've not seen any schema that way. Parliament there was time for them, not tomorrow.
They didn't carry it there. So they don't have a schema. You must win a World Cup with schema, no one. That's just my point.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that one. He says a lack of a schema is the reason they will not win the World Cup. And he thinks that is a challenge in itself. Let's take a break, take a quick message. We'll be back. Action continues right here. We're not going anywhere. Football Live just getting started.
Brila FM. Complete deal.
Airtime don't finish. I not get money to recharge. Or your data don't finish and you not get money to solve. 737. The GT Bank airtime and data load day for you anytime. Just dial star 737 star 90 hash to borrow airtime and star 737 star 91 hash to borrow data. You fit collect up to 10,000 naira instant at just 2.95%. Oh, terms and conditions apply, sha. You no go ever hang with the GT Bank airtime and data load. 737.
Football Live.
Yes, welcome back. The action continues right here. And yes, where else would you rather be on a Saturday? It's the 6th day of the 6th month in 2026. And yes, let's get started as we continue to bring you more of the talking points. And yes, what we're looking at on the show today. Robbie Fowler have said, look, he has to win it. He has to win it. There's nothing else. He has to win it. And we're asking today, are these guys really serious? That yes, they can win the World Cup with this crop of players, this edition of the World Cup? I think they're just a tad arrogant in terms of how they are talking about it, or the expectations, or everything that we've seen about this team, and the talks of England being able to do it. How far do you think they can go? And can England truly win the World Cup? I mean, this conversation has been pretty even in terms of how we have approached it, and people breaking it down nicely to say, yes, they can, yes, they cannot. And from what his predecessor did, you can only expect that he should improve on the quality of what you have in there. Again, there are also questions waiting for him to be answered at home. Questions like, why didn't Trent go? Oh, why did you leave Palmer out of the squad? Oh, Maguire should have been there. All of these questions. I mean, I'm sure that you know that the man is not going to... Again, I have my reservations about the selections, even though I think that he's probably thinking a step or two ahead to say these guys are not going to be there forever. But come on, man, you want to win the competition, and so let's focus on what is in front. Some of you have also said, well, apart from having a striker who's done about nearly 60 goals, I think 68 goals this season. Yes, 58, I beg your pardon, goals this season. You want to look at that and say, okay, if you're doing 5 and 8, that's 58 goals. You are about the right guy to lead. That's European golden boot in the bag, by the way. Nobody's touching that except Harry Kane. But again, people have started to suggest to him that maybe your performance at the World Cup would probably deliver whether you win the Ballon d'Or. 2018 is a classic example. Luka Modric was there all the way. Despite what he did for his club, he was there all the way. And yes, they lost the final 4 goals to 2 to France, but you could not say that that was not a performance. Should we go back to 2002, Hassan Sass? That was a boy. That was a player. That was a man. Yes, but let's leave all of this sort of conversation and just face what we're looking at right now, which is England, and what you think they could possibly do as far as this competition is concerned. Walk with me. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Kayode Raji.
Kayode, you're welcome.
Yes, I actually don't intend to comment on whether England is going to win or not, because it's subjective. It's just an opinion, so, and there's no scientific way to measure its accuracy apart from just analysis. Now, but I just want to comment on the last speaker that talked about a schema. Yes, it shows he's an ardent football fan. It shows is not part of the Gen Z football fans, for him to even know who a schema is. But I want to correct that in today's football, the issue of schema it has gone down a little. The relevance has gone down a little because teams don't use schema again. Things have changed. Now, when there was schema, you used to have only one playmaker, and more often than not, a number 10. But now you have a number 8 as a playmaker. You have a number 6 sometimes as a playmaker. It depends. Not just number 10. So, in fact, in some cases now, you have 2 playmakers in a particular team at the same time. So I just want to correct that, yes, the issue of schema was so important in those days, but football has evolved. It has changed. So not having a schema might not necessarily be the reason why they may not win the World Cup. So that's just my observation. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Duly noted. But again, we cannot rule out the fact that schemas are very, very important. I mean, of the 3 quality of number 10s they have taken for this competition, not one of them would you say is outrightly that guy who does a lot of being the technical leader or the controller in that sense. I mean, Bellingham has eye for goals and he can play as a second striker. We can say the same of Morgan Rogers, even though he can go into the wide positions and still control that. And who else is there that is a part of it? Maybe Eze. I'm not so sure what the rest could actually give now. But again, that's where you want to drive conversations around Palmer coming into the side. But maybe they had that experiment at the last Euros and it just didn't work out for them. And maybe the man is looking at something different.
Well, Palmer at the last Euros was not used until... he absolutely needed to use him. I think that was the issue. But now, Palmer, you can't basically make any case for Palmer because he's not exactly had the best of 9 months. And, in the Premier League season. So if you're not cutting it there, and to be honest, it's a little bit of hard to tell because even when Maguire, but that was under Gareth Southgate though, Maguire was not particularly having the best of times at Manchester United, but always gave good performances when he dons the 3 Lions shirt. But I think in a new world, a manager who prefers you actually merit, based off of what you do at the club level. I think it's a little bit different, and I would always, understand that as well. So let's see if this bunch of players can do well. Yes, you might have your reservations about the call-ups because I see some funny names that I feel like these names are, except you have a really good system, really great system. Of winning games, you might not be winning, especially when you have competitions, competitors who are who have in fact elite level players in these positions. So I think that's where I'd say, okay, maybe they might not get to win the World Cup, and probably a modest top place finish could not be all that bad. But if they had gone with the very best of talents like we know them, maybe the chances are better. But against the Frances, the Spains, even the Portuguese now, Argentines, who have a really good system, by the way. It's not just about the individual players or Leo Messi or whatever. I think those teams will always give them a step above teams like England, and I think that's how it's going to go. But let's see. Except it comes away with a crazy system that just somehow works everything together and makes every sense of the world. I think that's what give them a chance.
Okay, let's see, of course, how things would look in these circumstances or in these situations and what it could turn out to be. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, Vicky, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
I take the talk.
Welcome, Mikey. Joseph.
I agree to you. Welcome.
For a glance, this Thomas Tuchel, I'm not sure that place yesterday they reach. I'm not sure they reach that level. Because I don't lose. I'm an England fan. But as I see, I'm choose that team where one go represent England. I don't look that team. And they know the team will stand on it together. There are many big teams they need to work up where they inform. Even after Spain and day. I don't see them reaching the highest. I give them a quarter-final. And where they reach. And with the teacher of coach, I don't trust that man. Now, maybe now we will know the value of that game for that team. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. And Again, I don't know if it is just me thinking out loud or overthinking the situation. From the suggestions that have come in so far, it feels like people still feel there's something about Southgate that should make us go back and say, if only Southgate was still here. He had his time and that didn't work, and you would not say he didn't do well, but should he stay on the job when what the country wanted was a trophy? I think he himself understood that, and he just had to walk away and say to himself that, okay, I tried. 2 finals, 1 semi-final of the World Cup, 2 finals of the Euros back-to-back. Yes, luck plays a part too, let's be honest.
Yes,
okay.
It does. It does.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Calling from Oka.
Okay.
For me, my favorite is to win the World Cup is Portugal, but that one aside. So going to the England and the ECHL and their fans' expectation, I think the main reason they got to share is just to win them a trophy, whether World Cup or Euros. So looking at the rankings, I think England is like 4th or 3rd. So I think for this World Cup, based on ECHL side, because I think England can win the World Cup if they want. But based on the starting, if they start him or not, I think if they reach the semi-final, it's okay. Or even if they don't reach the semi-final, there is nothing wrong with it. They have an Euros. If they play the World Cup and the Euros and don't win any of them, then they can start him and get their countryman, because that's the main reason they brought him. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that one. And yes, it made all the sense as far as this one is concerned. Okay, might be little you said, but yeah, you said a lot while saying little. Yes, you could also leave your messages on WhatsApp 090-44,889 on Football Live. And yes, let's talk about it today on the show. Can England win the World Cup? And yes, what of course you think should be the benchmark for Thomas Tuchel as far as this competition is concerned? Robbie Fowler has said he needs to win the World Cup now. I mean, they've shown you faith by even giving you a contract extension, even without you kicking the ball at the World Cup. You need to repay that faith now by making sure that, hey, winning the World Cup is what you must do for England. It's been 60 years. Good afternoon, guys. Can England win the World Cup? I say yes. Do I want them to win it? No. My reason does not concern football. It is simply tax and a few more reasons that are very personal. Vicky and Joseph, just leave me and my reasons. Emmanuel. Okay, ma. I get you. It's a sentimental reason, but can we leave sentiments out of football life? I know it's hard, but let's go there. This one says England always wins the competition before the tournament starts. They should show walk-ins on the field of play and stop talking loud. CJ from Lekki. Okay, because okay, if you follow the hype, actually, England are amongst those that you say, this one's the way they are going about it, they can go and win it too. But yeah, we know that the hype is usually a different conversation from the real activity itself as far as the World Cup is concerned. Let's go for more calls. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah. Adams is my name.
Okay.
From Lagos.
Welcome.
Yeah, I've just listened to your conversations in respect of the World Cup.
Okay.
I have the belief that England has a very good sport and a very good coach. And I'm giving them a chance, to reach the final. It's just for Tuchel to get his selection right, the cost of the tournament. I have to believe that will go far. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Says he believes that England will go far. Okay, let's see how far they go. Yes, let's see how far they go as far as this year's edition of the tournament is concerned. It's going to take place in the US, Mexico and Canada. And we have 5 days to the kickoff of this competition. Yes, 5 days to the kickoff. Count from now to Thursday, the World Cup would have started. And yes, we would be in the mood taking you to the games and bringing you all the things you need to know about how it is going over there and just what exactly is happening from all the places. Yes, the camps of the teams. We've actually been taking you there, letting you know how these teams are faring, how they are setting up, how they are preparing. All these and lots more. It's what you would know when the World Cup, of course, it kicks off fully. And yes, we get to see all of that and lots more. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Yes, the numbers for you to call to be a part of it on Football Live today. We're talking England, and we're trying to find out what your thoughts. Yes, following talks from Robbie Fowler, who has come out to say that yes, Thomas Tuchel has to win the competition for England. Thomas Tuchel has to win the competition for England, and that, of course, what does this do to the national team in terms of the weight of pressure that comments or statements like this actually generate in the minds of the fans, Joseph?
To be honest, I think for any national team looking to do any big exploit, it's important they close out the noise. Whether I think at some point there were talks about whether phones will be banned at some stage. I really do not know, but I think it's important. The fans are always going to be there, and I don't think none of the English boys are particularly adverse to. They've seen all of these things so much. They play week in, week out against big oppositions in different stadia, and of course this is the national team level, and it's going to be as if the entire nation. And I think that is probably being against you, depending on how what the case is. But I think that's this is the most important part of everything for the media. Like they've been doing now. They have to, because most of them control the narrative. They control to a large extent how the fans even perceive the team, and even what the players themselves, how the mentality behind some of the games they play. So I think it is really important that the media has to do its work, because many times you see that many of the fans don't really have a mind of their own until something becomes really popular, and then you have the bandwagon effect. So I think all of these things would obviously play a part, because I can't imagine turning up to a World Cup venue and the entire place is cold, and then maybe when you're supposed to be cheering the team on, you're getting boos. I think it's not a good site to build for anything, and it will 100% obviously dampen the morale of the players themselves. Even when there's no case, it would eventually bring out some case of them not performing really well, and I think that would be it would go a long way in jeopardizing whatever plans they have. So for me, it's important that they just shun out all of the noise, block it out, and not allow it to filter into their minds. And I think that's the reason why many of these countries or even teams employ the services of psychologists anyway. But I think they have to invest in everything they need to, especially when it comes to mentality. This is where it is needed the most. Tournaments like the World Cup, it is needed. At the last Euros, there was a whole lot of hype. There were talks about what's his name, Foden, having the same hairstyle as Paul Gascoigne and all of these things. Yeah, it gave them a lot of good morale going into some of those games, and we could tell how they played, as in it was good for them, even if all of the results were not particularly palatable, particularly how they played, but they ground out the results, and either way everybody was enjoying it until they just were not able to do it, even at the last 2022 World Cup. But I think with the way it is being hostile now, I think the media have the most work to do to somehow build a positive atmosphere around the guys from the fans. And I think with a strong mentality also from the players and the backroom staff, they should be able to do well. Okay, hopefully they will do well. Let's take more calls. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And Joseph, good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon to you.
This is Obi.
Okay, you're welcome.
Even there are stages to these things. Thomas Tuchel will be going for his first major tournament as a senior national team manager.
Mm-hmm.
He has always been a club manager. And you don't even know is antecedent with your national team, especially in competitions, and you're already giving him such a killer task. It doesn't work that way.
Could you speak up a little, please?
Sorry?
Help us speak up a little.
So in situations like this, first of all, you should evaluate people based on their past achievements with certain establishments of engagement. But this man hasn't even taken any country to any major tournament. And let me also remind us that the fact that he has performed very well with a club, with clubs, cannot automatically suggest that he will also do very well in major competition with the national teams. Very good case studies, this Luis Enrique. Don't forget that this man used to be the Spanish national team manager. And then you could see his exploit with the senior national team of Spain. It was next to nothing. But with club, you will always win all the major tournaments, you know. I don't think England could win this. I mean, what are we talking? Who are the gladiators that will achieve these things? They're telling me about people who are not even been exposed in that national team. When the likes of Lampard, you know, John Terry, this Liverpool, former
Steven Gerrard,
all of them, who obviously we are commanding so many respect and dignity, couldn't give you what you wanted. And they're telling me that the likes of my own could be minor, likes of what do you call them? They move Harry Kane in that team. Who else can you tell me that I may have you know, I done probably 80 senior national team jerseys, like 80 caps. Okay, you can also remove the Real Madrid midfield maestro, you know. Who else can you tell me that? So these things doesn't work like that. There must be trajectory to this thing. You begin to evaluate him after this World Cup. What is his achievement? Then the next one, just like what the previous manager did. You know, he led the senior national team of England to, I think, finals. And the next year, he also repeated the whole thing. If not that the penalty is anybody's game. We knew that he should have won that particular team. And I'm sure if he was still with the national team of England, maybe he could give him such task. Because he has gotten to the finals. And then he needs to go one step further. Not this type. So I don't see England winning the World Cup. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. Well put together there, and giving reasons why he doesn't think England have what it takes to win the World Cup. Okay, why he doesn't think they have what it takes to win the World Cup. Let's take another break on the show today. Yes, the action definitely will continue right here. Keep it locked. Your Champion Star Sports Radio Real FM.
Brila FM, a complete deal.
Airtime don't finish, I not get money to recharge. Or your data don't finish and you not get money to solve. 737. The GT Bank airtime and data load day for you anytime. Just dial star 737 star 90 hash to borrow airtime and star 737 star 91 hash to borrow data. You fit collect up to 10,000 naira instant at just 2.95%. Oh, terms and conditions apply, sha. You no go ever hang with the GT Bank airtime and data load. 737.
Brila FM, a complete deal.
Mutia take care with the corner kick. Shooting star still looking for the 3-point here. And no, fantastic header.
The WBC interim heavyweight champion of the world, the Nigerian
It does continue right here on your Champion Star Sports Radio Brilla FM. And yes, let's get right into it. Yes, the major talking points and all that we have lined up for you as we count down to the FIFA World Cup. It is 5 days to go. Yes, 5 days to go. And on this show today, I'll do my best to remind you of the fact that it is 5 days to the World Cup. Okay? Yes, we need to drum that into our heads today, that it is 5 days to the World Cup. And yes, all is set for it right now. Seen some really exciting things, that have inspired me as far as this one is concerned. How teams are prepared, what they have done, how they announced their list, how they prepared for this competition. You just look at some of these things and you know that there's a level of intentionality to it that is not just out of nowhere. You just know that these guys are not doing this because they know they have to prepare for the World Cup. I thought I had seen photo shoots, announcements, and all the rest, and then I saw the pictures by the Norwegians. Joseph, I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, I saw it.
Wow.
They went, I don't know. They're taking all these things to a different level entirely. I don't know.
You have to put an identity to the team.
Yes, and to be honest, it is crazy. I saw the team lineup of Cote d'Ivoire as well. I thought what they did at last AFCON was way better than what they currently presented going to the World Cup. But I don't know. They need to take a leaf from many of these other institutions, the countries, if you like. I think what Norway did, I don't know, they've just taken it to a different level, and that's just to tell you what branding is all about. If you don't place some level of premium, some level of branding to what you have, it's just going to be another one, and you'll be left behind. I'm looking at the way, they were the ones who used their king who announced the it's like, wow. Well,
and then those guys had to go dress up with like the Vikings. And like
come on.
It makes it worth the wait. I mean, they've waited all these years,
4 years,
to play at this competition again. Well, I think they've not played enough. I think since France '98, that was the last time they featured.
Yes.
And they've had to wait until this time.
I just hope the Super Eagles have something in store for us by 2030. Because I'm predicting that it's going to be way above what we are seeing now. If they can, put all of these things together, and obviously you enjoy the process of it. You have to get rewarded for it, whether by branding or you get so much, in terms of reputation.
I think in terms of how we prepare for competition, not a lot goes into it in terms of intentionality of the attention we're trying to draw or the story we're trying to tell. Whether with the way we release the list or with the way we prepare for it. Like, we wore white natives.
Yes,
kaftans when we're heading to Cote d'Ivoire. This time we wore green. Yes. Like it felt like they just dyed it into green. It was practically the same design, same style, and yes, it's okay for us to appear that way, but let it not be that it is a touchdown we are seeing it. Give us something. Look, when it comes to making clothes or designing clothes, Nigeria would be in that conversation anywhere in the world. Yes. And so if we have all of these bright minds in the fashion world, and then we just go to the competition with one thing, that the only thing that resonates with Nigeria in it is the color. Either it is green or it is white. Look, I'm not sure. Is there blue in the Italian flag? There's no blue there.
There is.
Is there blue in the Italian flag? Is it red, white, blue?
Okay, it's green actually. Red, white, green.
There's no blue in the Italian flag. And they wear blue. Right? So I don't think, this is not me trying to say that we must think outside the box to go to a color that is not in the, but there's a way you can define it and just use the green, white, green for aesthetics. Give people the room to think about these things as you are preparing for the let's not do it as if it is 3 weeks to the time, 2 weeks to the time. We now thought of it and told the guy that these guys need to wear these clothes when they are leaving Nigeria. The people who design our kits, they should have something that we even need to wear when we are leaving. I mean, all of these things now, we are seeing it at stores and at different unveiling ceremonies.
Yes.
And we do not have the benefit of playing in the competition. One way or the other, it rubs off it robs us of a lot of things that probably should be coming to us in terms of branding and goodwill and all the other nice stuff that probably, but that's a story for another day. I'm just saying that as the World Cup is coming, yes, you look at some of these things and you like it and you wish it was your country being there. But yes, let's go to our talking points again. Yes, we're still looking at our talking points at this hour. And yes, we have some comments on our Facebook and our WhatsApp. We'll go there right now to check them out. Good afternoon, Vicky and Joseph. My name is Uche, the amazing Chelsea fan. Well, if England stay humble and have teamwork, they can go far. I'm just concerned about the man that the man did not carry a lucky player like Harry Maguire of Man United along. Such players don't even need to be informed of what they need to do. Technically lucky in the game. Okay. It says, I think if England are given easy round of 16 and quarterfinal opponents, they can make it to the semi-final and reach the final and see if they can win it. At some point in the competition, it stops being luck. You'll be lucky for a while, or once or twice. I'm rooting for the Three Lions to win the World Cup as long as my boyfriend is supporting the English national team. I'm fully behind England. Amarachi Chinonye. Okay, this one is coming from you. Let's take this one here. It says Uchenna from Nkwere in Imo State. He says, good afternoon, guys. Yes, England can win the World Cup. In fact, they are among the top 5 potential champions for me, including Spain, the Argentina, Germany, and France. My only issue with England is that their central defense. They are actually going to the competition with their best at the moment up gunners. Okay, the central defense is just your concern for the English national team. Okay, good afternoon, Victor and Joseph. I think some of us are being sentimental about England's chances in this World Cup because the coach left out some of our club's best players. For me, they have 80% chance to win the World Cup, and they have the right players. City man from Onitsha, 80% only for England. So the rest of us will use teeth to share what is left of 20%. I think 80% is on the high side. I think it's very high. If you're a bookmaker, you'd. This one says, good afternoon. England can't win the World Cup. Melvin from Ikeja. Okay, thank you, Melvin, for that one. This one says, good afternoon, Victor and Joseph. Yes, Victor and Co. He says, my name is Don Pedro. England cannot win the World Cup. This is beyond their reach. I don't see anything that they are doing that is better than other teams like France, Portugal, Argentina, etc. Okay. And this one, of course, you tried calling. Please, this is not the line you can call. Okay? Yes. 090-44,889 is where you can send your messages. You can also call it if you're calling normal call, but via WhatsApp you cannot call that line. Yes, you cannot call it via WhatsApp. Okay? Yes. But let's take your thoughts this afternoon. We're still looking at England and their chances. If you think they can win the World Cup, and the man is talking now, the legends, the former players are talking and they're saying, look, he has to win it now. He has to win it because he's even been given a contract extension even before kicking the first ball at the World Cup. And the only way he can pay back that faith is to win it. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Vicky.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Vicky. This is Dave.
Welcome.
Vicky, I don't know. You are a journalist and you make a lot of research most times. I don't think there's any country that is going to win this World Cup and they started saying that they will win the World Cup apart from England. I don't think there's any coach or any country that is coming to this World Cup that is far, far better than England in terms of quality of players. It's only England that I'm hearing. Tuchel came to scam them. That guy is a scammer. This England team, when we World Cup, this England team is not near Portugal. They don't even smell Portugal or France or Argentina. Even this Brazil that people is not looking at. This Brazil team is a blend of young and experience. People are not even talking about Brazil. England is like they're talking about which England. Brazil is coming with a very quality, experienced coach. See, they should go and park one corner. All of us will be here now. we'll be here. If England manage to reach quarterfinal, they should thank God. This will come. Even Morocco, I rate Morocco ahead of them. If you want to rate World Cup now, based on the current result before now, you will rate Morocco ahead of England. But who is England? I better let them go and see one corner. Thank you.
Oh, Dave, thank you so much. At least with you, I know what to expect. Yeah, so let's see what will happen as far as this one is concerned. At least I already know that you do not have them in your books and you do not have any expectation as to England. But let's see. That will not make us not give them a chance. I mean, there are favorites, there are contenders, and dark horses, and all the names we try to give the people going into the competition. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Yes.
Happy first Thursday of the month. And
okay.
happy weekend.
I'm wishing you the same. Wishing you the same, bro. Welcome.
Up United.
That's so.
Yes. Harry Maguire. Don't worry. No problem. England nation. No other person than no Sukuba from here local government. Yes. The CP of the Central Field. England to have World Cup 5 days today. We are expecting the World Cup from Portugal to see R7, the Arab Emirates play with the 21 assists in England, up United, up Manchester, up Ali.
No, so please, I would want you to keep conversations in line with what we are discussing, and don't come and try to change it. I know you probably have a favorite country you support for the World Cup, but please, if we are not talking about that country, you can at least hold back a little until the conversation gets to that country. We're discussing England. Let's discuss England, okay? Let's move away from. Let's resist the urge to want to talk about the other guys who want to talk about. That's the only way we can have a show. That 48 countries going to the World Cup. Imagine we're talking about England and everybody else is pushing for the remaining 47. It will not go in the same direction we want it to go. So please, keep it within the confines of what the talking point is about. We're talking England right now, and we're asking what you think their chances are and what a benchmark for England should be. How far you think they can go as far as the World Cup is concerned. Yes, looking at England, how far do you think they can go? Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Well done, my brother. Whom am I speaking with? I've been listening to the name very well. This is Charles.
Okay.
Gunners man.
Welcome.
You see, the thing about England, why people like me are not rating England so high. England has one of the best league in the world. But who are playing there that are English people? The few English people in that EPL, Premier League, are from outsiders. The English people, they are overhyped. So that is why, since 1960, that was when England won the World Cup last. And from what I'm saying now, from the player-to-player analysis, England doesn't have what it takes to win the World Cup. Teams in England, fantastic. But who are playing in the EPL that are English people? The few English players there are overhyped. I must tell you the truth. So that is why people are now backing England one side. When last did they win a Europe championship as a team, like we play Nations Cup here? When last? So how many players there? So I don't see England, like one of the last speakers said, going beyond quarterfinals. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Says quarterfinal should be their best bet as far as this year's edition of the World Cup is concerned. And yes, we are taking your thoughts as well before we switch gears to our next talking point on the show. Yes, how far do you think they can go? Yes, can they win the World Cup? The man says they have to win it. They have to win it. Do they look at the quality of what they have, or they just think that because we're paying this coach a lot of money, he has to come up with a formula. Joseph.
Well, I don't think it's just about the amount of money that is being paid. I mean, I don't think one thing should be the factor why they are winning it or not. Diego Simeone is the highest paid coach in the world, but I'm not sure.
I don't know what that guy has done to Atletico Madrid too, but we are here.
I'm not sure how many Champions Leagues is achieved for the club. So I don't think it's just about and to talk about rewards. There's a reason why you're rewarding with a new contract. If you're content with the kind of job he's done, basically that is the reason why you say, okay, we want to continue with this man. And to be honest, and I feel like this is coming irrespective of what happens at the World Cup. That's what it feels as if that's what it feels like they've done. So it doesn't matter whether they win the World Cup or not, because committing to a contract means if you dismiss him, you have to pay him a lot of money. So I think they must have thought it through, and it means they are obviously happy with what he has done so far. So winning the World Cup, I think, would be a really great achievement. I mean, the reason why they hired him is because they want to go a step further, to at least win something, Euros or even the World Cup. I don't think it's out of pockets to say it seems like England should or can win the World Cup. I'm just not happy with the fact that they are subjecting him to such pressure, when in fact you've not done that to other coaches who have done gotten the job of this national team before. But let's see how it goes. I don't think anybody would be sad if England eventually wins the World Cup. I think it will most likely be deserved, and because he's a manager who knows his onions, he's a manager who is practical, he's a manager who has won things before. Again, all of these things do not automatically mean they are winning it. I mean, we have seen better teams not win it before. It's not just about the number of talent you've had. Maybe all of this is maybe put together, but I don't think you can treat one case in isolation and say, okay, this thing alone is the only reason why they've done it before. You have to be lucky sometimes. They got to the semi-final of the 2018 World Cup when people say, okay, they actually played right because they just needed not to win all the games at one point, just get draw for you to be able to meet this opponent, so you won't be able to meet the next big guy available. And then somehow it worked for them and they got to the semi-final. Be that as it may, I think it's also a strategy. So I think it's just about playing it smart again. But I don't think because you are offering him big money.
Did we at any point in time see situations like this? I know generally they say it's coming home, but was there ever a time they said Southgate go win the World Cup and that's the least you can do for England?
That's not possible. That has not happened before. He went to 2018, he went to 2022. I'm not sure anybody ever made it a compulsion to say they have to win the World Cup. I don't think so. I think people even applauded the team for coming up second at the Euros. I mean, although the media basically took it out of even what they played or how they played, how they set up. It was basically against the likes of Bukayo Saka, Sancho, and Rashford who missed penalties. So they basically turned the entire conversation on its head, and nobody even remembers. Okay, this is what they played until the final. So I think again the media perspective and they shape what the fans think, and oftentimes they are the ones responsible for many of the things that go wrong or go right in the national team. So I don't think it's just because. Because you are giving the man the money. I don't think that is automatically a right to say he has to win the World Cup at all costs. I don't think it is fair.
Okay, let's see what fairness is in this case. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you.
Yes, welcome.
Good, Joseph.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Dr.
Welcome.
Yeah, all the people. I would say that I don't think it's possible for England to win World Cup, because if you watch the match we played recently, they struggle. They always struggle. They even play better under Southgate compared to Tuchel. Even smaller teams they play recently, they see the way they struggle to even score a goal. So you want to convince me that team will go far this tournament? It's not possible. It's even easier for a cow to pass through the eye of the needle than England to win World Cup. I can assure you that if they get to quarter final, they should turn their cup. because I don't see anything they are doing differently that will give them that edge. I can bet anything that England will not go far. Thank you very much.
Okay, Don Pedro, thank you so much. You it looks like you have an uncommon ability to see into the future. He said you can tell me that it will not happen. Okay, let's take one more call and then we can take our messages and switch a talking point at this time. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, welcome. Welcome. Yes.
Agree to good afternoon.
Okay.
For me, the England team they want to win this World Cup, they are just defeating themselves. I'm telling you. Vicky, when last did England beat any national team like 4-0, 3-0, and win convincingly? That's what I'm saying. This England, I'm not even talking about under Rooney and their them. Even what is his name? During this I think regime. When last can you say England beat a team and win convincingly that they are coming out together they want to win World Cup? Which World Cup? When the likes of what is his name? Spain, France, and even the Argentina, they are doing well. Even the Europe itself. So for me, they are not winning any. The highest they can go is quarterfinal. If they get to the quarterfinal, they just take it and know that they have had a good season. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay.
Even the teacher said that he has not even done anything. They are even rewarding with another contract extension. So for me, they are just deceiving themselves. Thank you so much.
Okay. You see this idea of a team must win 5-0 convincingly before they can vie for anything of note is one thing that no matter how they package it, I will never buy it. I have seen football long enough to know that a win is a win. Yes, you might have a problem with the format and people might disagree, but if it is within the laws of the game, your sentiments may not particularly be vital, right? So I look at this thing, and when we try to categorize it and say team must win as from 3-0 and above, I think it becomes a bit unrealistic when we talk about the way you should win, or the manner in which you should win, or the number of goals you should score to assert your dominance in games, so that everybody will say, oh, you have truly arrived and you've done an amazing job and all of that stuff. I think sometimes it's just you not giving the team a chance, and it doesn't have anything to do with their performance or what the outcome of the game will be. If I have to win every game at the World Cup, or say at the AFCON, I'm a coach of a team and I have to win every game that I play, preferably scoring in the second half, and I have to play. I think the AFCON these days, if you want to win it, you win 7 games, right?
Yes.
If I have to win the whole 7 games and it is by 1-0, did anybody watch the Euros 2004? The one Greece won? Hey! You should go back to those tapes and see, and come back and tell me that you have to be convincing. I think it's for those of you who like a lot of goals. I don't have a problem with goals, but trust me, if you win,
it's a tournament.
You go to the next round.
Finish.
Bro, let me be honest with you. I can go to an AFCON as a coach and take 4 wins and say 3 draws and win the competition. In fact, I can lose my first game, draw the second.
Cote d'Ivoire had a terrible group stage.
Do you understand? I can lose my first game at the AFCON, draw the second one, win the third, and maybe end as these days where you have 16 teams playing in the round of 16 at the AFCON.
Yes.
And you qualify as one of the best losers. And if you win your remaining 4 games from there, you don't win AFCON with that too.
Portugal did not sure how many games they won at.
Do you understand? Euros 2016. It wasn't convincing. Even till the final, when Eder scored that goal It still wasn't convincing.
I think they had about just 2 games that they actually scored goals. After I think the game against Hungary, and then I think Wales. I think that's about the games where you could they were convincing.
Yeah, I mean, but again,
just win anyhow you can.
I just think that if again, I want to see what Tuchel would do in this competition as a team. Yeah, I still have a bit of my reservations, but again, I like the way he tries to explain his ideas as to why he cannot take some certain people and why he has some certain people in the team because of the skill set of what they offer him in certain situations. And sometimes, as it is typical of the English guys, they try to probe too much and they want him to explain himself. Oga, I'll be giving you tactical ideas into how I want to play if I have to explain. And they sometimes ask him, so when you don't have this player, you don't have this player, you don't have this player, how do you now want... Oga, you want me to tell you my trade secrets, and it is not safe for public consumption. I think people should respect that. You ask Carlo Ancelotti some of these questions which he's been asked in Brazil, and he says, look, these are not questions I want to talk about in the open because it is all part of how we want to prepare. You can ask me other questions about the team and I would answer, but questions about how we want to play, no, it's not something I want to go to because other guys are intelligent. You do not want to say that what is a noun, you must define it as a name of any person, animal, place or thing. No. If you mention a name of a place, you mention the name of an animal, mention the name of a person, you already know it is a noun. So I don't want to get in that conversation where, because people who will be watching you and be studying the things you say and go back to try to analyze it. I mean, we all know that England, as it is standard practice for them, the starters in a game would wear the jersey number 1 to 11.
Yes.
When they published the numbers of the jerseys on the jersey that they are supposed to use for this World Cup, Tuchel at first was not happy. He said, look, we probably should have kept this till the competition. Because we'll submit to FIFA the names, not necessarily the numbers. Whatever we number it and,
business, the business.
But now, there are already question marks as to, if number 17 is starting and number 10 is not starting, who's 17? Morgan Rogers. Okay, does it mean that, the headlines I woke up to this morning was that, the darling of the national team or whatever, there's a name they called Bellingham and that he's not going to be starting. Is it worth it to have him on the bench? I'm like, come on, these questions are unnecessary. Let the man do his job, and if he gets the job done, we can move on to other things. Let's take some of the contributions here. Augustine from Anambra says, after France and Spain, England is the next favorite to win. So let's watch and see. Okay, this one here says, good afternoon. This England team will struggle in this World Cup. Adam from Onitsha. Looking at this England team also, I think the way their players have gone about the league, there's a lot in there. When England go far now, people will say, I told you. Okay, this one says, good afternoon, brother. England is overhyped. This team can currently never beat Senegal or Morocco. They will not smell this cup final. Yes, this World Cup final. Ralph from Togo. Okay. He says, good afternoon, guys. My name is Mashi from Taraba. England should keep dreaming. A dream that will never come to pass. In a round of 16, other countries could take 2 by 2, knock them out. Morocco can even win this ahead of England. They think they are winning the World Cup now by making noise. Super Eagles can even win the World Cup before England. Now me, Mashi, Tokam. I'm with my full chest. Okay, now me Tokam with my full chest. Okay.
With your chest.
This one says, I'm able. Yes, sending this message from Agbo Delta State. As a Chelsea fan, I don't want England to win the World Cup. Not after what they did to Chelsea in broad daylight. The robbery of Chelsea against Manchester City in the last FA Cup final. For that, England will never win the World Cup. It is FA. Look, if England fold up, and I hope say say Chelsea, if you go Latvia, go continue to be Chelsea there. All this one say they talk say because of your club, they wish the entire country bad. But this one, he says the English FA, the referee, they worked against Chelsea. We're not talking Chelsea today now. Leave this one. Tell us why you think England cannot win the World Cup. These are not the kind of sentimental takes I want to be having. Let's go on to other things on the show today. Yes, of course, as we continue action on Football Live. And yes, this time around we're going to be looking at something else away from England. Well, still in England, but away from the national team at least. Now, new Liverpool head coach Andoni Iraola has plenty of work. Yes, he has plenty to work on when he arrives for the start of the preseason next month. The criticism aimed at predecessor Arne Slot in his final season was that his side had no identity and lacked the attacking intent or resilience needed to compete in the defense of their Premier League title. Iraola has been appointed specifically because of the front foot energetic football he played at Bournemouth. But with a World Cup to contend with, he is going to be hampered, yes, in his preparations. He had a full preseason with Bournemouth and they drew 3 and lost 6 of their first 9 league games. Yes, 9 league matches as the players initially struggled with his transition. This time around, of course, we'll wait to see what it will be at Liverpool. In his first full season, his first preseason at Bournemouth, they drew 3 and lost 6. It was terrible. In fact, some section of the fans were actually calling for Gary O'Neill to be reinstated, that they were not sure what this guy was serving. What does Iraola need to do to revive Liverpool's fortunes? Maybe in order of priority, get the team firing as quickly as possible, get a replacement for Salah, revive Isak, get Viets firing again, make the right recruitments, all of this. What does he need to do to revive the fortunes of this club? Pre-season is as early as next month, and probably sometime this month the fixtures for next season will be out. But Joseph, your thoughts on what you think the man should prioritize?
I think he has to prioritize, getting good defenders first. They need defenders. I think they've been leaky, as in too badly. They've been leaky in the back, and I think they have to sort it out as soon as possible. With the very best of talent. Yes, again, it doesn't mean you would have to pay through the nose for some of these players. It doesn't have to be that. Just identify people who would play according to your philosophy. And I think you've solved basically half of the problem, because whatever happens during the season, even when the results don't come in, I think because all of these players are well in tune with your philosophy, you'll be able to get the best of their performances. And so you'll get to the best of performances. It's only going to be a matter of time before the results start rolling in. And again, I've been making mention of learning lessons from teams that have not done this in times past. Say Manchester United with Ruben Amorim. It has to be a transition. The reason why everybody basically they forgot that Liverpool were supposed to be in transition. Yeah, it doesn't mean it has to be poor. Quite all right. But when you properly moving away from one era and then you are bringing another coach who is playing a different brand of football entirely, you have to pay the price of that learning phase. It has to be there. But they got the luxury of a Salah who was still very much in his game at that point in time, and basically dragged, almost grounded Liverpool to the league title that season. I thought that was the reason why they felt okay. This team is not they are not that bad. Even if they were not playing exactly the same kind of football that had been successful for them before, but again, because of sheer brilliance of Salah, would give them the league title. And I think when you get these players who are in tune with your philosophy, it makes it very easy for you to even when you're not getting the results, you can say, okay, when we do this, you now be able to analyze, okay, what else is missing, and then I think as much as you settle all of those things, you be back to winning ways. I think that's the most important thing. And it also has to go to the board, to those who make it happen in terms of recruitment, transfers. They have to get that strategy really right. They made a mess of the last summer, and I think they have to properly correct that. Hopefully the likes of Isak would be less injured this season, and maybe they would not suffer so much in terms of the tiredness, the what's the word for it now? The tiredness, basically the fatigue that they suffered last season. And I think when they take care of all of these small gray areas, I see no reason why because at that point in time, it must have had enough resources to work with. So I think I don't see any reason why they should not at least be able to get that to that stable stage. From stability, I think they can now start to compete. But without being stable, I don't think they will be able to compete. But let's see how it goes. If he's able to just get the right players, I think for me, based on what he shows at what he did at Bournemouth, he should be able to at least give some level, a good level of stability to Liverpool. And I think because they have such a good quality player in terms of their players and who they have to prosecute plenty of the matches, I think it should be a very good season for Andoni Iraola. He just needs the good environments to work, and of course the good quality players, and I think everything will be pretty much easy for him to work with.
How much of a challenge does the World Cup pose to him, because he's expected to resume, okay, maybe by the time he does resume, which will be somewhere around second week of July, as they prepare for pre-season, the World Cup will be rounding off at that point in time. So let's hope he will have but then again, it depends on how far his players go at the World Cup. He may not have the full complement of these guys available to him. So yes, he needs to start planning, but then he might still have to wait for his core guys to come back before we begin to talk of having the full complement of the squad for a guy we expect him to hit the ground running.
Well, I think that probably gives him a bit more time to work with. He has to identify his targets at that time, and I think the World Cup would basically
present him that opportunity.
That's a good opportunity. There's a whole lot of teams who will pick up talents from World Cup depending on the players and how well they do at the tournament. So I think from there you'll be able to pick up, and it is very important that those who are not going to the World Cup, you need to build them such that even when you've got injury problems, you can now, even it means mixing some of the top guys who will not be going to the World Cup, to mix them with the academy boys who are ready enough, mix them together, ensure that they are well in tune with your philosophy, ensure that everybody is on the same page. It means when the good guys, the elite guys, when they come in, I don't think it should be hard for them to interpret whatever they have, because they've been intelligent enough to play in the first team, and they get reason why they've been world-class players. So you having them into the camp, I think it makes it easy. So I think that small brief opportunity he has with the rest of the team who are not going to the World Cup, I think he has to use it judiciously. And wherever the big guys who went to the World Cup, whenever they come back to the team base, I think it will now be down to them to just mending into that atmosphere already. But I don't think it's going to be that difficult for them. They will eventually get it right. Just make sure that philosophy that you have, the players who are not at the World Cup, the academy boys, so that when you have probably injury problems or maybe somebody is out of form, you have more than enough depth for you to arrest the situation. And I think with all of this, it should not have it very hard for him to get the ground running, because again, there's a reason why you are playing for Liverpool, one of the best or the biggest clubs in the world. So you must be that good to play for Liverpool. And if you cannot adapt as soon as possible when other person is on the same page, I think you have to answer some questions. But with the quality they have, I don't think it should be a problem for Andoni Iraola, and I just feel like it's probably a blessing in disguise.
Okay, let's see how that goes, and what could change in the coming days as far as that particular situation is concerned. And yes, we're asking about Liverpool. Yes, on the show this afternoon. What do you think? Yes, what should Andoni Iraola do to change the fortunes of Liverpool Football Club? Yes, he's got to hit the ground running, and everyone has talked about what he must do. What does he need to do? What does Iraola need to do to revive Liverpool's fortune? I know that we've talked about the preseason part. At some point, of course, some of us will make reference to, he has to qualify for the Champions League and make a return back to the Champions League. He has to make sure that as they have qualified for the Champions League, they go as far as the quarterfinals and compete. Again, I think for the first time in a long time, we've seen a club splash 500 million or nearly that amount, and it doesn't show in his squad at all. The problems that were there post the Salah form became prevalent, if not more pronounced, as far as the whole season is concerned. I mean, so you look at them and you say that if this guy is also going to be given the opportunity, yes, revive the players in the team, but how important is backing him transfer-wise?
It's very important, when especially coming from a season where you know that injuries to some people, some members of a team would absolutely jeopardize everything for them. For instance, I think one injury to Szoboszlai would have basically zeroed any chance of Liverpool making the Champions League. It was outrightly Liverpool's best player last season, and despite a season where he's had to do a lot of defensive work because they do not have because of injuries. So their first team player, their first choice right back was not available, and you also look at the point at where they needed to recall Robertson when Kerkez was not basically having it really good for himself. So it's very important that I don't think the importance can be overstated. It is high. It is in fact the hottest priority they have to deal with at this point in time, especially that back line. So it is very important, for a season that they had the last time out, that they try to, nip some of this problem in the bud and not allow it to repeat itself. They had not a very good season. I think there are lessons have to be learned from that, and they have to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Okay. Let's hope that would be a good way to address the problems. But let's go to the phone lines and take your thoughts this afternoon on Football Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Joseph, I greet you. Good afternoon.
Welcome, I greet you too.
Samuel calling.
Samuel, let's hear you.
The new Liverpool manager, he will struggle. He's a small fish in a big pond. Like Joseph said, he has to stabilize the team first. And he has to control ego in that team, because he worked at Bournemouth. Bournemouth is a lower club when it comes to Liverpool. So coming to Liverpool is a step up. But most of the things that he will take as a manager, trying to control most of the big boys in that team, is going to be a very tough one for him. I don't know how patient some Liverpool fans will be, because the job is result oriented. They will be demanding for results. So I don't know how the patient they will be with him, but coming from Bournemouth to take over a job at Liverpool, it's always a big one for a manager of his caliber. But I wish him all the best, but he will struggle in his first season, and the stability first. I don't know how he will be able to do it, but taking the challenge of being Liverpool manager, I believe that he has gathered that momentum to step up in his managerial career. So I wish him all the best. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for that one as well. Yes, that he will struggle. I mean, it's not a bad thing for there to be struggles, but if you can come out of those situations, it makes it better. I mean, we all struggle at some point, one way or the other. But how you're able to bounce back from your struggles and own it and turn it around, that could be what differentiates you from other guys and, make you stand out. Yes, I think he's going to have... I think it's not going to be a plain sail for them. At the end of the day, it looks like the hierarchy sort of agree with Salah to say that they need to play a more pragmatic football of being on the front foot. But are we expecting that it's going to be... I know a few people who, in terms of the conversation leading to these appointments or that have followed these appointments, have also said coaches who have stepped up from smaller clubs to big clubs, they've had situations where they struggled. They named a few Moyes when he went to United, Thomas Frank, what he had last year, a few things here and there. Eddie Howe, of course, when he moved to Newcastle United. What's his name now? The guy who went to Chelsea, Rosinho. and all the other guys and all the things that were expected of them, Ruben Amorim to Man United and all of that. Might we see the same situation here, irrespective of what the tacticals are beginning to say about this man right now? Because again, you go online, you read a lot of the stuff, and you're like, okay, yeah, a Bielsa student and all of that, right? He played under him, did a good job again, but he needed time. And the same cannot be said for the level of patience you would have for Bournemouth. I'm sure that while they lost 6 games and drew 6 games all that while, not everybody paid attention because you didn't need to see a Bournemouth match in a weekend. But that cannot be the same pressure if you go 9 Premier League games at Liverpool, losing 6 and drawing 3. Is he the kind of guy who comes in and we don't expect that there will be struggles in the initial days, and how do you expect the club to react to the early struggles that he might have?
They have to be patient. That is just there's no other way to go about it. They have to show enough patience for the man. Again, there's a lot of talks about his unbeaten run, 18 games. It's the next best thing. He did this, he did that. They started to compare him with. I think when you look at the results, if you are able to win 5 games out of 18, especially at a club with Bournemouth, where they basically overachieved with the European place they got last season. The season before, they were near. Yeah, maybe some of those players actually helped. Sometimes you can unearth some talent and the system makes them good. Brilliant job he did. And then going on to the next season, despite losing the core of those players, he needed to do something again. And this time he's actually got into that European sports. And I think, that will give him absolutely the chip on the shoulder, and for him to say, okay, I actually did this, and maybe it's a cause of it's a merit to whatever anybody has to say concerning, okay, if he deserves a good a step up in terms of the job role. Again, that is coming from a Bournemouth who would be happy not to even get relegated. A Bournemouth who would be good with being finishing top 10 or just somewhere safe enough to keep their respectable for their brand. And to be honest, it's a lot of your difference when you compare that Bournemouth to a traditional team like Liverpool that is expected to compete for trophy season in, season out, especially with the kind of season they just finished, and 2 years ago or just about a season ago they are winning the Premier League itself. So I think it's a little bit of more pressure, and would they be able to withstand the fact that, okay, this man did 18 but drew 13 out of 18, so 13 points from 13 games. I'm not sure that's a good outlook for any team playing in the Premier League, especially a big team. And I say this because you also look at it from the angle of, okay, if he's able to get better quality, maybe it would not be having those sort of results. Because to me, I think it is more the negative than even the positive. And maybe it also shows that the mental strength of he communicates to his boys. But the truth is, all these things are not enough for a team like Liverpool, or trying to win something, or competing for a big trophy like the Premier League or Champions League, as the case may be. So I think they have to be patient with him. Again, the quality of what they have in Liverpool is superior to what they have in Bournemouth, and I think you have to absolutely be sold in on that dream. You have to believe in him. You have to play for him for you to have very, very, very good season, better than what Bournemouth did. So for me, I think it's going to take a lot of patience, but I think steadily they are going to eventually get what they want with him, if they can keep that faith. But again, you have to be patient.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vico.
Yes, welcome.
I salute your analyst here, Joseph.
Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Jose Chief Marquis.
Jose, you're welcome.
Vico, for me, Araola, he has an enormous task, in his hands. First and foremost, like answering your question, say what should we do? For me, Liverpool right now has a sort of identity problem, from what happened towards the end of the season when Salah was urging the previous manager to revert back to the Gen pressing, form of play. So I think first things first. I think Andoni needs to, establish an identity for the team. You want to be yourself. Maybe what I mean, you want to stick to what you have been doing at Bournemouth, or do you want to do the line of how Klopp set up Liverpool when he was there? For me, this is the foundation that he needs to build first and foremost. Then, even though I have a problem with majority of these mid-level managers that transit, to the top 6 in England, most of them, they don't normally meet expectation. We can only judge or predict or analyze you based on your characteristics, your antecedents, all you have been doing. So, but most times when they transit to the big teams, I don't know, maybe their inability to handle the pressure or their man management skills, most of them tend to, come short. So, but for me, he needs to get some of the players that Liverpool bought last season. Need to get them fully integrated into the team. What I mean, people like Isak, even the Florian Wirtz that they bought from Leverkusen, we have not seen, so much from him yet. So you need to get those players, fully integrate them into your playing style, whatever style you want to play. Then I sort out the midfield problem, because for me now, I don't know where Szoboszlai fits in Liverpool lineup. You need to establish the first 11. Let's see who are the guys, where are they playing, sort out the positions. Then possibly if the board is convinced to back him, because sometimes backing these newbies, these young managers, for the board members, it is risky, like what Chelsea experienced in recent years. So for me, first and foremost, priority, get an identity for the team, stick to it. So even if there is room to be pragmatic, so that you don't fall into the trap that Amorim fell into, then let's integrate the new players. At least let's see from there what comes out. Because who says he cannot win the league? Who says he cannot, surpass expectation? So for me, I can only wish him the best, because whatever we are doing here is just analysis, prediction. But when the season starts, we see how things pan out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Of course, you also have to be analytical about the future. You don't have to wait for the future to happen to you before you start planning for it. I mean, you earn money, you're already putting some aside to say, this will go to my savings, this will go for my spending for XYZ, this will go to this person that I promised also amount of money, this will go for school, for various reasons. The month may not exactly turn out that way. I mean, something else could happen. Your engine could knock. The engine of your car could be faulty or anything else, and then it will channel the resources elsewhere, and then that tells a different story. But to say that we should not project into the analysis of what the situation might be or could be, I don't think I want to dabble into that, because again, this is how we look at these things and say, okay, these were some of the things we spoke about. I mean, imagine you having to talk about the players that were signed by the previous coach needing to be integrated back into the team. I mean, I think it will not make sense for you to say, for the coach himself to say that, oh, I didn't sign these players, and integrating them into the squad is none of my business. Nah, that would be a lot. Because how do you explain that players who came for a lot of money, just because you were not the ones who signed, you were not the one who signed them, they are not important to your project? You still have to try. You still have to try and do what you have to do, and maybe after then we can talk about what the outcome will be or what the wishes will be, or we can just look at all of these things holistically and say, okay, we've given this a try, maybe this can work, maybe this cannot work. But yes, issues before Andoni is what we're looking at. How do you think he should what should he do to, of course, turn the fortunes of Liverpool as far as heading into a new season is concerned. Get Isak firing, get Florian Wirtz creating, bring him back to his best, recruit a successor for Mo Salah. Of course, that would determine what they do in the transfer. Jeremy Yake, of course, is joining the side. Yes, he's joining the side. So let's see. A young defender from France. He's definitely joining. Is he going to convince Alisson to stay one more season? There's been talks that the player might want to go away. Well, a whole lot of problems, of course, ahead. But what does he need to prioritize in order to turn things around at Liverpool? Yes, it is that man we're talking about on the show today, Andoni Iraola. This time last week, yes, we broke the news when, of course, it broke that this man, the former Liverpool coach, Arne Slot, had been fired. Yes, it was a week ago. And here we are talking about the new man and what he should do to bring Liverpool back to that place. 12 losses in the Premier League alone this season, certainly not good enough. 60 points to end the season, yes, also not good enough. 25 points behind Arsenal, also not good enough. All of that. Defending the championship, and by January you're already out of the conversation, also not good enough. So yes, all of these and lots more. Looking at all these things we've highlighted and putting it together, what should the new man do differently? 090-41,089, 090-44,089. The international friendly match between Belgium and Tunisia is about to get started. We'll bring you further updates on that one as it goes, and other games where there's action taking place across other parts of the world. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
This is Uchenna Ashamkonya from Korean Fish.
Okay.
All right. I think what Iraola should do at Liverpool to get Liverpool back on track is first and foremost the owners of the team have to be patient with him. They have to be patient with him, and of course, Iraola himself has to put his feet down. Putting his feet down in the sense he has to establish his own tactics. Go on to as well be patient with the players. Don't forget that for some time now Liverpool have not been playing well. To that extent, he has to also be patient with the players. Allow them the time to understand his tactics and rhythm and all whatnot. And most importantly, he has to solve the problem of the central defense. As we speak, Liverpool is having problem in the central defense. One of their best in the person of Van Dijk is aging. Last season, he was literally nowhere to be found. The people partnering him, Konate, Joe Gomez, you also, nowhere to be found as well. So he has to solve the problem of Liverpool's central defense. If he does this, and to an extent, I think the left back or the right back, where Frimpong plays, there's an issue there as well. So all of these things are the boxes he has to tick. And if he does that, I think for Mbea, he can also find a better way of getting him to, strike the rhythm. Definitely Liverpool will do well as time progresses. All by and large, it requires time for Iraola and Liverpool to get cracking. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. Well put together there. And even though you still propose that time is important, I mean, you should be given time to get the job done and to properly introduce the process. I don't think anything worth its salt should be instant, because those who also study processes will have to see it unfold and know that, okay, at some point it was like this, at some point it was like this. Processes are usually not identical.
Yeah.
And that's why sometimes you can have a bit of a reservation that some process, they get really rough, because again, like I've heard guys like Sir Alex Ferguson say in the past, sometimes it is good for these coaches to go down the route of having to work at smaller clubs where they will know that there are certain ways you fix some certain problems, and not just wait for transfer windows all the time. that I think I've seen situations also. Klopp has done that a couple of times where maybe it's typical of German coaches, because I've seen Flick and Nagelsmann also do the same thing. Situations where they look at it and say, okay, it doesn't have to be a big name transfer or big money move for us to solve this problem. A typical example would be getting Andy Robertson for 8 million euros from Hull City,
yes.
8 million pounds, and the kind of player he was developed to be, and giving a guy like Trent Alexander-Arnold from the academy an opportunity where you had the likes of Nathan Clyne back in the team then, and they were just allowed to go for the young man to be a breath of fresh air in the team, and the rest, as I say, is history now. So if you look at all of these things and try to do a combination of what it would look or what it could look like, you discover that sometimes these things could be hard, maybe because of his experience at Bournemouth now in fixing a process and having a clear understanding of English football. He might have been able to plug that hole of not having to repeat the same mistakes at Liverpool. But again, we're talking about a season where it has been a World Cup year, and where a lot of the guys, probably by the end of the World Cup, it depends on how far these guys will go. Van Dijk could be clocking like 66 games or more. For a guy who's 34, maybe you want to give him a bit of a rest and all of that stuff. Leone suffered a knee injury, is still not back. ACL for that matter. Who else is there? Conor Bradley suffered an injury, is still not back. Endo Wataru is back, fortunately for him. He's a part of the Japanese squad. Kerkesh, of course, is not going anywhere, so he gets a good opportunity to rest. He's played under the same coach before, so maybe the application in terms of what this coach might be able to use him for compared to what we thought Slot would do, there might be a huge difference. I think there's no sugarcoating it. They need a right back. The audition should be over by now. Whatever they tried with Frimpong didn't fly.
Didn't work.
Whatever they tried with what's his name now, Curtis Jones, didn't work. Putting Szoboszlai there meant that you were blunting your attack because of what he offers creatively in the central areas of the attack. Again, all of these things, I think they need to address that part of the pitch. Kerkesh is there, but get a worthy deputy for him.
Tsimikas maybe
might be brought back
I
from
think
the loan.
with the addition now, the appointment of
Andoni
could possibly signal a new dawn for him, possibly, because I didn't consider him a bad player.
Yeah.
He was a worthy deputy, just as you had Kevin Keller for Alisson for a long time. But I don't know. Slot basically, I don't know, for lack of better words, he probably took them aback. He had Jarrell Quansah, a player who was not
a decent understudy.
Yes, 100%. It was actually giving Joe Gomez a run for his money. All of a sudden, you're shipping him out to Bayer Leverkusen.
Outright sale, not even loan.
I thought he set them back quite a while, and just saying almost identical with what Erik ten Hag did at Manchester United. I saw no reason whatsoever to. Teams, players who would, give a good run of their money against some of these starters. Especially when you have the fact that, okay, Kerkez is coming, but you need the depth as much as possible. Even if you're trying to get rid of Robertson, probably for his age, somehow you obviously still needed Robertson, and you decided to bring him back, to help you solve some of those problems. So it means if Tsimikas he's had a good season with AS Roma. Yeah, maybe he started a bit slowly, but he's an important part of that team. Let's hope that Andoni Raiola would make a better use of the squad he has, because it makes no sense to me that you see all of this happening, and then at the end of the season, when you were asked to to define the season with one word, you said injuries, when in fact you were the architect to your whole problem. So I think what was Slot's major undoing was his lack of foresight. He was not proactive, and I think he got too excited with the number of talent he had, so he basically messed him up. And he's paid for it, but I hope that Andoni Raiola would be able to undo some of the terrible things that have been done, and maybe they have something for respite, and maybe compete for the title. But I don't think it's going to be easy. It might take him a few months to gel in, To be honest, I would be honest with you. I think I'm looking at the second half of the season, to see if Liverpool would actually go back to where they used to be. I think the performances would first of all determine if they would be back. If they don't do it first game, second game, third game, I think the body language first 10 games would for me would be enough to know whether this man's reign will be prosperous or not. But let the board also make sure they do the assignment first. I think that will be the easy targets. I mean, the easy excuse. If they do their assignments, I think it gives the coach something good to work with. But if you do not, I think you already make an excuse for him by not giving him what he wants to work with. So they just have to absolutely make it for him to happen for him during this summer.
Okay, let's see how that goes and what could change as far as this particular conversation is concerned. We're all about it, and yes, we're holding it down right here on Football Live. It is 11 minutes past 2 p.m. and 9 minutes into the game. Belgium have come really close to taking the lead in this game, but so far it is goalless. They've had like 2 shots on targets. The goalkeepers had to make a save. They've had all the main action as far as the early 9 minutes of this game is concerned, basically around the Tunisia goal area. But let's see how this will go and what could possibly change. There's a new bite to this Belgium side compared to what it used to be under the guy who left the job, went to Fenerbahce, and now he's taking up another job in Italy. What's his name now? Tedesco.
Yeah, Tedesco.
Rudi Garcia has introduced something different about this game. There's compactness when they play, and then when they overload the opponent, you find them contributing much more people. Then the intensity of how they move the ball quickly from defense to attack.
To be honest, I probably have my reservations about Rudi Garcia. He's not exactly had the best of last 3 years, football club level. But again, you also look at what Roberto Martinez, who Rudi Garcia was basically sacked by Roma. Then he went to Al Nassr. It was a difficult moment for Nasserawis, and it was just not working. And then we went back to Italy, I think Atalanta or so, then Roma once again. Okay, I think it was Napoli. Yes, Napoli. All this, while it was basically not good for him, I think you also look at what Belgium had with Roberto Martinez. It was not the best manager when it came to club football as well. You saw what he did with Everton. Was not quite successful, but he managed the golden age of Belgium. And he was able to achieve a bronze medal finish at the 2018 World Cup. But I think given the quality of talent Belgium continue to provide, I think maybe not easy all round, but it should not be too hard to understand what they need and what they do not need to do. I think there's a good level of a wave. There is not going to be as much as the golden age, but I think when you retain the services of the most important players, especially in this world, the likes of Kevin De Bruyne, you've got Tielemans, you've got the goalkeeper Courtois as well. I think you just have to do well. I'm not making excuses for him, but to be honest, I'm still not sold. I'm still not sold because generally all of these guys will give you something good, on the foundational basis, even without much of the input from the coaches. So I think it will take something extra for them to go over the line and maybe get something for Belgium. But let's just see how it goes. He's been largely successful. They've been leaking goals, Belgium, since he's taking over as well. But something that also comes for them is that they score a lot of goals. Something that is reminiscent of when they were even having their best of football. So it's a bit of both. And I think now they are going to a major tournament like the World Cup. It probably would employ the practicality or the pragmatic of a pragmatic way of playing, and try to win the games as much as possible, and maybe just outscore your opponent will be the strategy. But let's just see how it goes for Belgium. Okay, let's see how it goes for Belgium. We're back at talking Andoni Raiola, yes, on the show this afternoon. 090-40-4889, 090-41-889, and yes, you can send your messages on WhatsApp, 090-40-4889 on WhatsApp, where we can take more of your contributions on the show this afternoon. Okay, let's go for it and take more. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nico Mike.
Welcome.
Okay, based on the Villa and Liverpool situation. So, first of all, I think the problem won't be Areola, basically. I think the problem would be with the board and the and the sporting director. The way they are moving is very funny. The way they move is very funny. You let Konate go and leave Van Dijk. Van Dijk that is 35 years old, that is out of his league to stay. Konate is supposed to be the future. He's a very good player. Yes, he has.
Ooh, okay. Try to reach us again, and let's hear what you would say, and yes, your contribution on this matter. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Vicky. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is John.
Welcome.
Yeah, I want to say that concerning Iraola, I don't think the Liverpool fans will have that patience. In the sense that they recently have been winning trophies. So for me, to whom much is given, much is expected. So this guy must come with everything, because that patient will not be there. You can see what is happening to other teams like Manchester United. They will have a patient with what's it called, Amory, before it was sacked. Okay, just Chelsea, the same thing. So that patient will not be there because they are a big team. Their experience is high. So this is what I'm saying. They should have patience with you. He must start granting results. If not, that people will start running. Before you know it happens, they will sack him. So that person is not there anymore. Even small things. You can see what they are doing. Sacking coach here and there. Also a big thing like Liverpool that have won many trophies recently. It's only after I see that they have patience with their coach.
Has it turned out well for those coaches, for those teams who have been sacking coaches?
I don't think those other big teams will have that patience with coaches this time around. And mind you, the way it was appointed was a panic appointment, because they never said this, that this guy will be sacked, and it's not. So it was a panic appointment. So expectation will be high. So I don't think that because we have that luxury of patience with this guy. This guy must come with a game. That's granting result. But the patient will not be there. Let me see that to ourselves. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for that one. This process, are they usually that easy? Okay, let's take more of the calls. Yes, they're coming in, and it's Football Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Martin. I think he has a lot of work to do, right? I mean, all these other big clubs in Premier League, I don't think they have that kind of patience that Arsenal had for Mikel Arteta, you know, and to, you know, get the team back to where they need to be, rebuild the process, get the players believing in themselves again, you know, giving them an identity, get the, you know, the fans to, you know, be patient. It's a lot of work to do, you know, but the good thing for the coach, for me, will be that he's been in England for a while. So I think he understands the style of play of England. He understands how intense Premier League is and the number of games he will have to play at Liverpool, you know, for Liverpool, you know. So I think he has the right players at the moment. He just needs to know how and where to use them. I think Arne Slot did not really understand these players. Then finally, for me, he also needs to stamp his authority. Like, he cannot lose the dressing room. They need to actually respect him and allow him to do his job as the coach. You know, so for me, I think it's not going to be easy. The club, we need to be patient if they really want to get the team back to where they used to be. Patience right here will make him work together with the players a little bit more, get to understand them, and, you know, the process. I think the work for me will be the process of getting them back to where they used to be. Every other thing is buying players, they are reshuffling, doing stuff, so it's not going to be easy. But the good thing is he's been in England, so he understands the intensity, how tough English football is. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, bro, for that one as well. And yes, we're talking Andoni Iraola and what he must do, yes, to get started right there at Liverpool, because a whole lot is expected, and let's see what he must do from you. Hello.
Hello, Vicky.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Joseph, I greet you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, now Daniel Desmond they call. Vicky, they say to whom much is given, much is expected. And like the elders always say, he who decides to marry the widow should also ask what kills the husband, or else waiting kill the husband will also kill him.
Never hear that one before. You people's elders.
For me, there are a lot of things that this man needs to do. So those things, first of all, you should let Van Dijk and Robertson, if they are returning and the Robertson, let the man know that they are very, very important to Liverpool team.
Robertson is left now. Robertson is now a sports player.
Robertson is now a Tottenham Hotspur player. He has left the club. His contract is over.
Okay. For me, let the man try and build this team around Van Dijk. You understand? Because before Salah came, Van Dijk was their best player. Even in the season that Van Dijk and Salah played together, you can tell that the man has given his best and is still important to that Liverpool squad. So for me, coming next season, if you check the Liverpool team now, he is the most experienced person there because Salah is leaving. So for me, you should try as quick as possible. Talk to those players, those new players, the likes of Vet and Isak. Let them know that they are still important players. Even those last season were good well. But next season they should try and replicate the form that they were in their previous clubs. And I believe Liverpool will do well. You understand? If you watch what company did, like Rai Zamuje told us, company did some certain things for that is working for him now. So the man should also try and do the same thing in Liverpool. And I believe as soon as the season starts, if they can be able to start winning their games, I think Liverpool doing well next season. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you as well for that one as we continue. 20 minutes gone in that game. It is still goalless between Belgium and Tunisia. And yes, some interesting play there as far as this one is concerned. Let's let you know that Tunisia are holding their own, doing the best that they can, stay in the game as much as possible. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
I called back. So what I was saying is the problem isn't even Ariola or we Ariola do well on that. The problem is about how they move about their transfers and placements. First of all, they shouldn't have let Konate go. That was, for me, my own analysis, that is a big mistake. Shouldn't let him go. Van Dijk is getting to last season. Watch that. You see how Konate was covering up the Messi, Van Dijk does. Van Dijk, a lot of errors. He's getting old, cannot do most of the work. And let him go. They should have kept Konate. Maybe sign another centre back that is more mature and experienced than Konate to pair with him. So from there, the errors are starting. The way they do their transfers, they are more. They don't do it. I'm not sure they do it in a logical way. I think they are doing it with pressure. The way the fans react to the things they do, the way they say. Even last summer, the fans were in support of signing Isak, even though they are signing. They should sign this one. We win the Premier League. We win this one. We win this one. I think that is one of the problems of Liverpool. They shouldn't be easily carried away. They should lock out from the fans whatever the fans have to say. They should look at it in a very good manner and see what is our objective for next year. What should we do? What should we sign? What should this one do? So I think the problem is not Ariola. The foreign director and the board should get things right. They should get things right. They shouldn't always go for superstar. They should go for what they need, not what they want, what they need. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, let's of course go for more of it on the show today as far as this one is concerned. Yes, question marks around what the brother should do, what he should introduce. Isak is a big money buy. By every standard, given what he's done at Newcastle United, especially the season before he joined before he joined Liverpool, he was a top performer in the Premier League, a star striker. Didn't do that last season, and in the colours of Liverpool in his first season, of course, only 4 goals were scored. Okay, you can permit him that he suffered an injury Iraola has got to find a way to make him start firing right away, because after 2 seasons, conversations can begin to well up that, okay, how much of a flop is this 125 million pounds that we got from Newcastle United? Because again, there were questions around, did you need that sort of player when we know that it was Salah who was firing last season? Maybe, of course, you didn't need that guy.
And then you already got
Hugo.
Yeah,
who started the season well already, and you still felt okay. I mean, having won the title in your first season, the club obliged everything you probably asked for and gave you that striker, because, again, in my mind, I thought getting Hugo had poured cold water on that deal. Maybe they would just get someone who can. And for some very crazy reasons, I'm not sure what they are now, but in my mind, I can't find the answers to those reasons, or the question to the answers probably welling up in my head now, is the thought of knowing that Chiesa is in that team and he barely gets an opportunity to play.
Mind blowing.
Now, if he goes for his post-mortem like I expected he would go, like I thought he would do before the sack came on Saturday, how was he ever going to defend that to his bosses, to say that, oh, you know what, Chiesa is not that guy, Chiesa does not give me what I want?
But he gives the goals, he does the assist, it comes on and it changes the game. So I'm saying, see, you can't just explain, you know. I feel like maybe it's just a fight for what I say, the boardroom politics and boardroom power play, because Chiesa was probably a suggestion from the board, probably some technical director. I don't know who the person is, because when you look at the way Klopp played, Chiesa is that guy for the heavy metal football, because it presses to the maximum. And it's a difference to the kind of players what's his name, out of the slot got, apart from Hekitike. I think that's just about it. Hekitike, ordinarily is a hard worker. So you look at when I say McAllister, not the very best of presser. You look at Verts, yes, but not much of physicality into him as well. Doesn't do so much of that work. Who else is there? So you look, I think
Gravenberg and all of these guys.
Yeah, you look at a bit of difference to what normally how we would play, and I think that's the reason why it doesn't play often, because you look at the way the guy comes in, there's a whole lot of energy around him, and he just wants to put in all of his body, and whether the environment is even right for him or not, and I don't know the reason why it has gone like that, but it is just what it is at the end of the day, and I'm sure lessons must have been learned. I'm sure personally that was Andoni Iraola would make better use of Chiesa, because I mean, this is somebody you're looking at possible replacement for Salah based on his talent alone and what he's been able to do with Liverpool, and somehow he's basically poured cold waters on whatever confidence the guy has, because he's not exactly the same. It's just like you're on a different wavelength to the rest of the attacking players Liverpool have. So to me, I just hope that doesn't affect his confidence going into the next season, and I hope that it just signals something new, for him, because it's most probably going to have a lot of chances to be a starter next season. Yan Diomande, I'm not sure if he's going to hit the ground running. Again, it is not even because Liverpool have basically decided who has shown the most interest doesn't mean it is 100% ready for them to, So I think for me, without Yan Diomande or whatever, I think Chiesa is already that guy that is basically a right winger. And the reason why people are basically looking at every other a target for Liverpool is because they've not seen Chiesa play so many games to say, okay, you already have what you're looking for. No need to pay so much for somebody who is coming from outside. So I think Chiesa should be given more chance to play. And I'm sure it would give Liverpool what they need, instead of paying so much for another winger from outside.
Okay, let's see how that goes. Let's take more calls. Football Live, and yes, Iraola and Liverpool, the guys we're talking about at this point in time. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Chukudi.
Chukudi, you're welcome.
Yeah. Sorry to you people here.
Welcome.
Concerning the Liverpool issue and Iraola,
as a Liverpool fan, we are hoping that the man will do well. But when it comes to the somebody mentioned about the directors or the move of the sporting director. So I look at that aspect as the nation Konate is not the fault of the Liverpool at all, because that sorry to take you to divert a bit. Konate contract had been there for more than 2 years, but he refused to sign. Maybe there was a day I was contract. Maybe clubs will sue Madrid for tapping players behind, because it's not the first time they are doing that. So Iraola will do well if the board gives him what he wants, and I believe before he even sign a contract, they have discussed what to do and what not to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that one as well. Yes, he says he believes the coach will do well. Belgium lead 1-0. Leandro Trossard, I doubt if he will ever score a goal as simple as that for the rest of his career, or if he has ever done anything like that. But a lot of technical play in this Belgium side, and I mean, this is practice. Okay, but we're waiting to see how it will turn out and what it could look like. More contributions. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Joseph.
Good afternoon to you.
Mr. Doctor, I'm on the line.
Welcome.
I don't know whether to say that Alioria shouldn't have been in Liverpool in the first place, and the thing goes to Xabi Alonso. You understand? Maybe, especially Xabi Alonso case was a panic buy-in. But having said that, looking at Aliola, he's a good manager. He did well in the Premier League. He actually did well in the Premier League. But I think you find it very hard, coping with those guys there. Especially this recently signed players that are at the spot beat. I think he's going to get, especially the back line and the wingers. He had to do a good job on that place. Otherwise, this Liverpool that you see this last season is the same Liverpool that you're going to see next season. Maybe he should come to Tottenham and take up this former player, Solanke, because I don't know what that guy is doing there. Maybe he should take Solanke and give us a ticket.
Who are us? Who are us? Liverpool?
Tottenham Hotspur.
Oh, you're a fan of Spurs?
I'm a fan of Tottenham Hotspur.
Wow, interesting.
So,
but that's not how the transfer works. I'm sure you know that. It's like you saying you should take Kudus back to West Ham United and collect your money. That's not how the transfer works. You want to take Kudus back to West Ham and collect your money.
No. Solanke came from Bournemouth.
I know.
Well, thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you so much for your contribution on the show.
You must Pedro Porro collect Dalo.
Okay.
This is straight by battle.
Okay. It's getting really interesting here, and we'll see how it goes. But yes, the action continues, and the conversation is on Football Live. It is at 26 minutes to the top of the hour, and yes, right here on the show, Belgium lead 1-0 against Tunisia. 33 minutes on the clock in that game. Leandro Trossard's goal separates the two sides. And for the attacking intent in this Belgium team, especially when they play against small teams, look at the corner markets in this World Cup. Look at the corner markets in this World Cup, because this game alone, they have 4 corners already in this game.
Minutes.
Yes. So, especially when they play against the small teams, and you know that they will be all over such a team, and those teams won't mind giving them corners. If he's up, you never know. I'm just giving you clues. 090-41,889, Yet another corner. Are we talking in Andoni Iraola? Yes, it's 4.5 corners already, and it's not even first half yet. Doku, how much of a a sparkling player could he be at this World Cup?
The majority of the balls from Belgium seems to go through him. The attacking players basically come from the wings, and I think he's done a very good job. He's created a lot of chances. Almost got another assist right there. And I think gives more. The only problem I have with him is goal scoring figures are terrible.
At this point in time, these Tunisians are just farming the corners. They definitely are. Because what is this? He ran with the ball himself and okay.
I think it's going to have a good World Cup if Belgium just maybe the rest of the attackers, especially maybe the right hand side, they do just as much as he's been doing. And I think it's going to be heavily reliant on the forms of these two wingers. I just have a problem with the fact that he doesn't get goals. If he scores a lot of goals, probably you're looking at another form of Sterling with a better dribbling ability, and that's a player at his prime you don't want to mess with. So I think it's absolutely going to boss it if Belgium, just the rest of the players are on the same wavelength. I mean, it's been a really good player so far. Such a good impact he's had on this Belgian national team since he broke through, in fact. So I think one of those guys I feel like should have a good World Cup. But again, it's going to be let down by the fact that he doesn't do a lot of goal scoring.
Okay. Let's of course see how that goes, and let's see if he will grow into scoring a lot of goals from now on. As far as the national team is concerned, 35 minutes on the clock. Belgium lead by 1-0 in that game against Tunisia. Okay, yes, that's what it is right there. In the Baltic Cup, Lithuania lead 1-0 against Latvia. It's also 37 minutes in that game. And yes, there is the Premiership relegation group game between Milford FC and Cape Town City. Promotion for the PSL in South Africa is what they are fighting for at this time. Okay, let's go for more calls. And yes, we have some comments also coming in on WhatsApp. This one says, yes, he says, Iraola, yes, happy weekend, guys. That Iraola should get good defense. Liverpool has a good team. What he needs to do is to put the team together as a team. Okay, Denny A.K. Neo Barton from Mushin. This one is coming from you. He says, I believe that the England national team can win the World Cup. Okay, that's not a bad one. Let's take this one here. It says, hello guys, Liverpool owners should be patient with Andoni Iraola. Otherwise, they should prepare to sack him and be like our London neighbours. Liverpool is not in London. You don't have neighbours. Your neighbours are Newcastle, this is Everton. They are Merseyside like you. Yes, Liverpool have all what it takes to get firing from day one under Iraola, but it doesn't work like that. Irrespective of the huge funds spent on the team, they are yet to click. And again, certain positions require urgent surgical operation. If you want to know how patient works for a team, they should ask Arsenal and Arteta. Okay, Uchenna, Asham Konye, yes, he says, yes, from Inquiry in Imo State. This one is coming from you. Thank you. This afternoon. Let's take this one here. It says, Suleiman from Ijigo says, Liverpool fans are quite patient. Last season, the problem was more of playing the system than the losses. He says, the players were just sluggish and out of steam. With Iraola, things will change for the better. Okay. This one says, as a Liverpool fan, I can only wish for a good season. I think it will be better if they don't make any signings, and we'll see how Iraola would work things out. But if they need any signing, defense is actually what we need. I am Adeyemi Dream from Mushin. Happy weekend to you, Adeyemi, for this one. This one here says, Liverpool don't have a good defense and the attack, but the midfield is almost perfect. Where yes, we need a new midfielder. Williams, this one is coming from you. I think the midfield is not as great as people say it is. Gravenberch is not that guy who breaks play for you and who can do it consistently. He does a good job, but I think looking over the years with what Liverpool has done with Wijnaldum, with the likes of Fabinho, Jordan Henderson, you want to have a base that has a bit of steel. Not just the silkiness of a guy like Gravenberch, who, of course, is a fantastic carrier of the ball when he does the midfield to the attack thing. But I think you need a bit of steel there.
Yes.
And guys like Lamine Camara, guys like, what's this other guy's name? He plays for Lens. He's 23. He's Malian. I've forgotten his name now. That's a good player nobody should sleep on. That's a good player nobody should sleep on. And I think, one of the guys you want to look at and say, give him a chance. Mamadou Sangare. Yes, that's his name. Mamadou Sangare. Good player. You want to look at, I think Liverpool fans have also been they've also been excited about the prospect of Matheus Fernandes. That's another one. And some other names here and there that you could, just to add steel and, technicality in the midfield as well. A bit of a guy who's hard to press and win the ball off of him. There's Paso. Yes, there's also that Paso guy. I've forgotten. Yes, there's one Paso kid like this. He's such a good player too. Yes, I think you want to look at a guy like that as well and try to bring him to the club and see what happens. Yes, maybe of course, if that happens, of course they will be able to get over the line and make it better. Yes, make it better than it has been this season. So yes, for Liverpool, areas to address that are very important. Yes, I think they should do all of that and get themselves in a position where they can be firing again. I think the defense is equally as important. You cannot ship nearly 60 goals in the Premier League alone.
Wow.
Yes, I think they considered nearly 60 goals in the Premier League this season. Let's go check that out. Let's see. The Premier League this season, Liverpool shipped in nearly 60 goals. I'm telling you. So they ended up 5th place. They scored 63 and shipped in 53. 7 shy of 60. 7 goals shy of 60. So, and they considered 10 goals less than they scored. Not good enough. Not good enough. Especially when you compare that United, that we ridiculed for most parts of the season. United had a better goal difference to the end of their season and more points than Liverpool. 71 points, 19 goals difference. Aston Villa, yes, you didn't expect much. 7 goals difference, but of course 5 points ahead of Liverpool. Liverpool are conceding goals like Bournemouth, who conceded 54, scoring 58. Liverpool conceded 53 goals, more goals than Sunderland, who conceded 48. Liverpool conceded 53 goals, more goals than Brighton, who conceded 46. More goals than Brentford, who conceded 52. More goals than Chelsea, who conceded 52. More goals conceded than Fulham, who conceded 51. 1 goal conceded more than Newcastle, who conceded 55. 3 goals more than Everton, who conceded only 50. Albeit scoring only 47 themselves. They conceded 3 goals less than Leeds United, but 2 goals more than Crystal Palace, 2 goals more than Nottingham Forest, 4 goals more than Spurs, conceded 4 goals more than Spurs, and it goes on and on. For Spurs, who finished 17th, scoring 48 goals, I think Liverpool has to address that problem. I mean, more than half the league, you considered more goals more than half the league.
Maybe it doesn't help when you're signing a manager who is also in the same bracket in terms of goals considered for his team, Bournemouth. So
statistically, that might also be a thing. Mm-hmm. That might also be a thing, because again, you look at that, and then that's why we're even talking about the fact that defense is a priority for him now. Because if you have to address the leaky defense, then we'll be looking at what the manager makes of it. He played as a defender back in his day, so let's see what will happen in this case. Especially when you're not scoring a lot of goals, maybe you find a way to make sure that you minimize the risk of conceding too many goals. I think sometime this season, I'm not sure the month now, because you had a lot on your plate with a lot of matches going down. Sometimes in the course of this season, Arteta said he knew that this team was not a 100 goals team, and that they had to start looking for ways to make adjustments because all the players were not available at the same time. This one will be out for a month or two. This one will be out for 3 months. This one will be out for 4 months. That they just started trying to find a way to not concede a lot of goals, and then maybe, of course, in most cases you say they had low blocks to deal with, and then the moment they get a goal from a set piece, they just want to see it out and just keep it as tight as possible. Again, but I just think that the defense is one area that is glaring. Statistically, it is clear now that they have to address that, especially when also you are losing as many matches as Sunderland. 12. Wow. Yes, Liverpool lost 12 matches this season. Sunderland lost 12. They won 17. Sunderland won 14. So that's the difference. If you're losing 12 matches, you're in the same bracket as Sunderland in terms of matches lost. Aston Villa lost one match less than you. Leeds United lost 1 match more than you. And Chelsea 2 matches more than you. Brentford 1 less than you. Brighton 1 less than you. Again, statistics showing in the direction of what needs to be addressed, which is clearly in this case the defense.
Of course, they just have to fix it as soon as possible, and getting the right guys. God help them if the likes of they get some of their targets. Some of the ones who have actually been speculated to them. Again, it is not also to say maybe they are actively taking part of the transfer markets already. But I think they must have been able to, identify some of them. Some will come for free. Jeremy Jacquet is coming. But again, you want to ask yourself...
60 million splashed on that.
On that, yes. And you want to ask yourself, is it really worth it? Is it worth that hype? Everybody knows basically what happened last season. Would you be able to, get to Anfield and hit the ground running? I think there's a lot of questions for the coach to answer. But again, he has the opportunity now to access all of these things and for him to start the season on a really good note. But they just have to fix it, and it's just not just only down to the centre back position. They have to look at the entire defense lineup and be able to make 1 or 2 changes. Malbas is also probably suspect because the moment it wasn't Alisson in goal, something was probably going to happen. So I think it needs more tightening, and I think they just have to solve it, before the season starts, so they could, go into the season and do well.
Okay. Let's see how that goes. It's almost half time. 3 minutes added to the first 45. Belgium still lead that game 1-0. The last game before this one, they defeated Croatia by 2-0 in that game. But of course, let's see how it goes in this fixture. 90 minutes will determine what the outcome will be. But 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Andoni Raiola is the man we'll be looking at, and all the things that have been happening as far as that one is concerned. In the meantime, we could squeeze in a few more news stories as this goes. Let's let you know that it is turning to be a bit of a physical battle there. Be careful. Was almost injured. The Man City man there now. Talking about Jeremy Doku, who's been brought down. He's clutching onto his leg. Clutching at his leg, and then the Belgium guys are also all over the Tunisians. Looks like he's going to... I hope he doesn't degenerate into a fight. But yes, there's some squabbles in there right now. Let's go for this one, because West Ham United co-owner David Sullivan has stepped down from his position as joint chairman of the club with immediate effect. The Hammers said they had been made aware of the impending publication of a serious historic allegation concerning Sullivan. In a statement of his own, the 77-year-old said a small number of improper conduct claims have been made against him, adding, "I categorically deny these claims." He said the decades-old allegations concerning my personal life are factually incorrect and entirely false. Sullivan, who had held the role for 16 years, said he stepped down to apply my full energy. Yes, I stepped down to apply my full energy and attention on fighting these false allegations. Sullivan said that he will sue those who, of course, are responsible for this. He will sue them for libel. along with other media outlets that, of course, repeat any libelous allegations against him. Of course, he plans to sue them. Let's see what will happen. The Hammers were relegated from the Premier League at the end of the 2025-26 season, for finishing 18th. After finishing 18th, and after that, it is already challenging an important time for the club, and I refuse to allow personal matters concerning me to become an unnecessary distraction or a source of instability, Sullivan added. Of course, he has also resigned as a director of the club. In the club statement, West Ham United said that Sullivan had denied any illegal conduct, and he is leaving in order to avoid disruption to the club while he addresses the matter privately. Sullivan has also been the club's largest single shareholder since the death of his business partner David Gold in January 2023, which left him with a 38.8% stake of West Ham United. Sullivan and Gold became a joint chairman of West Ham United when they completed their takeover of the club in January 2010. Okay, yes, let's see. Sullivan and Gold had previously been co-owners of Birmingham City, by the way, from 1993 to 2009. So the man has stepped down in order to address issues that he said are personal issues, but they are coming to the fore, and he doesn't want the distraction of dealing with club while dealing with this. So yes, let's see how things would go as far as this one is concerned. Okay, 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Andoni Raiola is the man we've been talking about as far as the future and what it holds for Liverpool Football Club and what the changes could be in the coming days. He's the new coach. He's spoken about the club. Yes, he's spoken about the club and all that has been happening. Yes, he's spoken about the club and talked about what his plan is for Liverpool. Yes, and we'll talk about that on the show. We've been taking your contributions as well. Good afternoon, good people in the studio. Given time, I believe Andoni Raiola will do well. Yes, it took club 4 years to transform Liverpool to a winning team, but let him work on the central defense with the exit of Konate. Thanks, Daramola from Ikeja. Yes, thank you, Daramola, for that one this afternoon on the show. Yes, of course, Football Live. Halftime, Belgium lead 1-0. So if you took that game to say first half win for Belgium, there you go. You can tick it off now. Leandro Trossard's goal separates the two sides in this game. It is Belgium 1, Tunisia 0 in that fixture right there. Okay, yes, let's go on to other places and take more of the contributions. Gabriel says, a good one for Andoni, but like every good thing, it takes time. I hope he's given the opportunity. I don't think the pressure of the two clubs will be the same also. So while he is also bidding time, he should make sure he wins games in between the big ones that he might lose and be giving excuses or be given the license to lose those games or be excused from the poor performance of the team on the day. He still has to win some of the games that are obvious so that people can say, okay, he's doing well after all, and those games can buy him time. Okay, interesting one. It's important for him not to underestimate any of these guys and see what will happen as far as this one is concerned. In the Federation's Cup, yes, in the President's Federation Cup, yes, Plateau United lead 2-1 against Bashira in that game. Yes, Plateau United lead 2-1 against Bashira earlier. Yes, Sokoto United were also in action. Yes, they played a game earlier. Bring you that result. Yes, they defeated Adamawa United by 2-0. Yes, in the President's Federation Cup. Yes, as we're getting closer and closer to the quarterfinals of that competition. Okay, still your Champions Down Sports Radio Live FM. Let's take a break. Yes, let's take a break. When we come back, of course, we'll be going to other talking points on the show this afternoon as the action continues right here. It is Football Live. Keep it locked with us. This is Brilla.
Brilla FM, a complete deal.
They go with the corner kick, shooting star still looking for the 3-point here, and no, fantastic header.
The WBC backcourt signing comes up with a header that lifts their spirits.
Higher with the crown, yes.
They'll be looking to switch it quickly here for Ronaldo, who's got the better of Diego Alves. And Ronaldo scores brilliantly. The finish of a master, a craftsman at work.
Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't faze me.
He's the captain as well the game for Nigeria. The man who's saved the game for Nigeria takes them into the final.
but even less so personally. He left Anfield unceremoniously and has entered the Bernabeu almost unnoticed. No titles, no undisputed starting position, and on top of it all, no World Cup. The omission of Thomas Tuchel. Yes, his omission by Thomas Tuchel from the squad, who claimed it wasn't easy, but it was the right decision, was the final straw for the former Liverpool player. At Anfield, he became one of the best right-backs in the world. For many, a Reds legend. Now, Trent needs to reset. The fact that he's the first season at Real Madrid with only 30 appearances and 22 starts of those has been the fewest appearance of his entire professional football career. And that demonstrates that the 27-year-old Englishman has had more problems than just injuries. He still has much more to prove to the Madridistas. Even more so if the special one ends up returning to the Bernabeu as the coach of the side. And with the signing, yes, with the signing, with the signing of Denzel Dumfries, questions have started to emerge. Does Trent Alexander-Arnold still have a future in Madrid? Does he have a future at Real Madrid? Big question, no doubt about that. Does he have a future at Real Madrid? Some believe that really, maybe not. Some think, okay, a new coach comes in, should give him an opportunity. But if the first signing this season is a right back, Denzel Dumfries, any faith in Trent? 090 41889, 090 44889. Yes, the numbers to call this afternoon. And a Tunisian player has just been shown a red card. How do you tackle like that? In a friendly? Come on. It's just a friendly. It's a second yellow, by the way. Yes, Ismail Gabi has been shown a second yellow. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
This is Ntekem calling from Apapa.
You're welcome. Let's hear you.
I just want to ask one question.
Okay.
Why is it difficult for you guys to talk about Chelsea? I've never heard you talk about Chelsea.
What do you want to talk about Chelsea?
A lot of things. You're talking about
when we get there, we will talk about Chelsea.
Bruno Fernandes. You talk about Liverpool. Then
nobody has talked about Bruno today.
And Chelsea. So why do you say there's nothing to talk about it?
We'll talk about Chelsea when we get there, okay? Don't make it a case of what you want to hear. We'll talk about Chelsea when we get to Chelsea, okay? We have our talking points lined up and then we would reel them out one after the other. And don't try to make us talk about what you want to talk about. Just be patient, okay? If not today, some other time. But trust me, there'll be something to talk about, all right? Yes. And that accusation is false, by the way. Yes, because some of you have also called to say, is it only Chelsea that is playing football? Why are we always talking about Chelsea? Please, calm down. It's not that deep. 090 41089, 090 for this Belgian side. Okay, 3 goals to nil. 18 shots, half of those on target, 4 big chances, 12 corner kicks in the game, and yes, an XG of almost 3.0. But yes, that of course is what we have right now. Trent Alexander-Arnold, yes, is that man we're looking at this time on the show. Yes, do you think he still has a future at Real? Yes, you think Trent has a future? In some certain situations, yes, I know he's been accused of a lot of things. Oh, he cannot defend. Oh, he's that guy who he offers you a lot when you attack. But yes, the defensive part of his game is always going to be suspect, and everything that has been said about that player. Yes, let's talk about Trent Alexander-Arnold this season. If you've seen him in the colours of Madrid, yes, whatever you make of his performance this season, well, Denzel Dumfries has been signed. Does this indicate end of the road for Trent, or you think maybe he should look at other options now? A possibility of a loan move or a permanent transfer away from the club? Question marks around what he should do or what the next step should be for him. Do you see Trent, yes, continuing at Real? Yes, of course, big question about what the future holds for the brother. But as far as this season is concerned, does Trent Alexander-Arnold still have a future at Madrid? Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, yeah, this is Thomas.
Thomas, you're welcome.
Calling from Jakonde.
Okay.
My name is Thomas, so, you know, according to my name, like you guys say, people with the doubt. You know, the line people with the boo-boo, line people call it dog for na monkey with it. So, from Raula, I get my doubt to take him down first, look with him. I get my doubt. You see, slots. You don't come do us. You don't come do us. You know, Yoruba people dey scream technology. You don't carry some. You don't carry lead for that season. So yeah, go on again now. You know, you even do for top 3. So now I get my doubt for Raola with that, because Liverpool no be Bournemouth, no be club with the top 10 bottom. So I get my doubt for Raola. For Trent, who was it Trent for that place? Never had a go now. So who was it?
Denzel Dumfries has been signed. Are you aware? Denzel Dumfries.
But that's another player again.
Yes, Inter Milan right back. You know that guy, that Dutch guy.
That black guy.
Okay.
Vicky, you go tough. Wow. I was hoping Barcelona would go for that guy. You go tough anyway. You go tough for both of you. You go tough because you need to fight for his chest. Yes.
So do you have doubts about his future at Real now?
If I have that for
Trent, about his future at Real Madrid.
His future about it now depends on the
coach.
See, at first, let us see this election how it will go. Because if we are saying this guy will not win for Perez, and if he can't go happen, but you know will come. That you know that guy will carry money. That is number one. Make that one come up for road face. And if Flores Perez can't win, you know that Mourinho they come. And Mourinho won't like players. So it goes not like what you are saying now. If his future will be in doubt, definitely the future of Real Madrid will be in doubt. Probably after one season, if he doesn't have more playing time, I think the top season he might leave. Honestly, he might leave. Yes.
That's how I see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that one, and let's see how it goes. But Trent is the man we're talking about right now. Do you think his future at Real has become something that you look at and you say, okay, Joseph, he didn't have the best of first season at Real Madrid, and now first signing is a right back already, Denzel Dumfries. Does it give you any confidence that, okay, this guy still features in the plans, or you think it's only a matter of time now?
To be honest, I think it gets extremely harder for him because whatever it gives to Real Madrid, then Denzel probably gives better. Whatever teams he plays on, he can defend. Trent can't defend as much. In terms of attacking outputs, I think it is evident. Dumfries has been more impactful in the last couple of years since he's been at Real Madrid, and since he's left Liverpool. Obviously more assists, in terms of better play, I think it's a bit of both. But if you're having somebody who is giving you the basics better than what the flair or the flamboyance of the attacking play of Trent Alexander-Arnold is giving you more substance, I think you'll probably prefer to have the brownie than the icing on top of it. So on top of the cake. So I think for me it's very much straightforward. Denzel is a better defender than Trent, and I think if you're contending for a place against the likes of Vasquez, against even some academy boys, and they had to play centre backs ahead of you. Yeah, going to the end of the season, you've had a few games, but ultimately it's because they don't rate you enough, and they actually had to get somebody who would play that in that position. So I think it gets really tougher for Alexander Arnold, and to be honest, I don't see if he's going to be competing with Denzel. I do not, to be honest, I do not see any way back. Probably maybe the guy gets injured, talking about Dumfries, and that's about it. But I think I consider Dumfries a better defender than Trent, and let's see how it goes. And for the talks about whether Florentino Perez will probably get in, I don't know. I don't think that election is something that will be too difficult. The man has made a mess of the entire campaign for himself. Everybody who has basically been speculating about, okay, this is what you are bringing, they've basically left him to say, this is not true. We never had these talks about you at all. So I think you have to prepare for life with Mourinho. And of course, Mourinho would definitely like somebody who would give both sides, whether you're attacking or defending, you are giving your 100%. And Trent Alexander-Arnold 100% is obviously lacking in one over the other competitors. So I think it's straightforward for me. I don't know. I think he has to up his game. But if you're telling somebody who is a world class talent at this age of his to up his game, I think it's I don't know. It's not a very funny situation for him, but again, he has to. Casemiro at one point was almost out of Manchester United. There were talks about you have to leave the game before the game leaves you. But I very much think Trent Alexander-Arnold can also rewrite his own history and come out to be very good for Real Madrid. Probably not in that position. He's done it as a midfielder before, even though he's not going to give the same level of performance as those who are there, but something has to change for Alex, and he has to sell himself to the club once again at this point in time. Okay, get the fans behind you again. Do what you have to do. But yes, do you see him still having a future at Real Madrid? Should he be given another chance to redeem himself, or you think now that they have Dumfries, the chances of doing it gets further narrower? Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Sorry.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome.
This is Paul from Ikorodu.
Okay, Paul.
I think Arnold has a future at Madrid, and my reasons are, it's not Madrid is not just a club that plays just one, just La Liga or whatever. It plays several kinds of competitions, and letting him go, I don't think Madrid is short-sighted. Letting him go would be a very season. He tried his best. I wouldn't say he did 100%, but he tried his best. There were so many errors that caused so many things, but I think he did his best. So for me, he has a future at Madrid.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Says, last season may have been bad for him, but he does have a future in the colors of the Merengues. Yes, he says a future for him right there is assured. And yes, they're going to play a lot of competition, so you need a guy like that. And I get they're going to play in a lot of competitions. But if you're 27, and you are the option for in case they play a lot of competitions and not the actual starter, what does that say about what the future holds for you?
It means
especially in a year where you've missed out on the World Cup because the
Yes.
coach has not seen enough of you.
Mhm.
22 starts, and not all of those did you even finish.
And it's I think it's again, if you're being sure that you're the backup option now, at this stage you're the backup option. I'm not sure if you probably take that as something to. You have to be mentality in terms of mentality. You have to be really strong. That strength has to be there mentally for you to accept it and humbly going to just work and ensure that Denzel has nothing on me and fight my way back to the very top. Yes, that will take strong mentality. And to be honest, you ask yourself, where do you probably would have to do that? At Real Madrid, would the man even allow such? Denzel is a guy who doesn't get, in terms of injury, he's a very fit guy. He's as fit as horse. And if you're looking at that, to be very honest, the future looks bleak. I don't think there's any way you can paint this, because you are having another world-class defender coming to take your spots. The writers are there on the wall, except if you are just still denying it. And I'm not sure, it's a spot where Denzel will likely relinquish anytime soon. So if you're not ready to take up the backup role, you probably would need to look for a way out. Join some of these teams that probably will be needing the services, or play just the way you play, or somehow just to get yourself back in terms of the defense. This defensive part of your game, and be the best, probably the best version you can ever be, because if you up your game from the defense line, it means you're upgrading yourself. So I think maybe what you have to do now is to get to another club who would give it that option. We don't have that world class defender in that position, and you can gradually work your way back. But to me, I think it looks very bleak in my point of view, because another world-class defender is coming, and it just tells you, okay, they are showing you what you really are. So it's being a backup option. So to me, he just has to either walk or probably just get out of the club and make amends for himself.
Walk or burst, of course. This season is what this will look like for him. Trent Alexander-Arnold, do you still see a future for him at Real Madrid? Yes, with the recruitment already coming in, do you still see a future for Trent in the colors of Real? Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, you're talking to Mr. Kenneth, other furniture.
Welcome.
Yeah, I know that I made a mistake for yourself. I don't see him. I mean, you don't have future in Madrid, to be sincere.
Why is that?
Because look black and call white.
Why do you think so?
There's something about Madrid. There's something about Madrid as a team. And next season is going to be more hot for them, because they cannot go 2 seasons empty-handed. The next season they will not prepare, to be sincere. And Arnold cannot stand that heat, because he's not that good enough. We can say interception 1-on-1, Arnold is not good enough. We all know him from England here. One thing about England player, when they move after their comfort zone, go in the other arenas, it helps them to duplicate what they are. Look at, that is why many legends like Owen, Gerrard, Rooney, they refuse to go Madrid. Not that they can't go, but they check themselves. Going to there and repeat what they are is very difficult for them. So Arnold made a mistake. He did not calculate well. Now, that guy you said they signed now is better than Arnold in terms of defensive interception, aggressively. We shall see, the guy is better than him. So, Madrid, I know, they will not wait for Arnold. Rather, they'll put him on the bench. And it's very bad for him, honestly.
when he was at Liverpool, not that he was the best or he was doing perfect, but this is a club you came up from the feeder team. Anyhow you play, support is behind you. So now you have gone to a place that is not your home. You have to adapt to their own culture and their tradition. So now, I know it's a big hot water now. Only take the grace of God to help him there, or find a way, come back to Liverpool or other club. But we see him make it there. So in terms of Liverpool coach, the new coach coming in now, that man will do well. Why then?
Okay. Okay. Try to reach us again if you can. If you gather your thoughts, of course, on what you were going to say about Anthony. But yes, let's let you know that games is still on. Substitutions have been made. But 80 minutes on the clock. It is Belgium who lead by 3-0 against 10-men Tunisia in the game. Hello.
Hello, Vicky.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Shaw Black Boy.
Good afternoon to you too.
Yeah. My name is Casey Ronaldinho, also known as the original Tiki Taka, calling all the way from Mbezi. Yeah. I've been hearing the topic. I've been following you guys, but the network and you not be able to pick my call and all that. But thank God I'm on board now. Trent Alexander-Arnold. I would describe him in two ways. An intelligent, attacking defender. Then I will also describe him as a very lazy defending defender. Why am I saying this? His days at Liverpool, we all saw what he did, even against us, Barcelona. He got everything right within Liverpool. But because he was on free transfer, he went by the alluring and the charisma and the glamour of Florentino Perez. Now his position is threatening. In fact, they've gotten somebody that will replace him. The guy Dave Fresh you mentioned from Inter Milan. That shows that he's out from the pecking order. He's going to start all over again, either to compete or he will be thrown out or fizzle out from the first team. And that's not going to be good for him. Remember, he lost his place at the World Cup squad. You understand? But that's exactly what happened to people that feel they got it all right. As I said earlier on, he's an intelligent attacking defender, but a very lazy defending defender. And he's not going well at all. So if you ask me, his days are number at Real Madrid. No matter whatever comes, Mourinho is going to give. He's not going to give him that chance. Mourinho has clinically watched his game and discovered that he's not going to work with this guy. He wants out and out defender. He tried to copy from Roberto Carlos. But Roberto Carlos is also an intelligent defender, both attacking and defending. And the same thing goes with Cafu. But each time I watch his game, his own intelligence also speaks whenever he's attacking. He's giving that support and that acumen and all that. But as defending, I don't know what's up with him. So that's my take. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your take on the show this afternoon. Football Live, yes, it is 4:45. Right here on your Champions Down Sports Radio Bella FM. Belgium still lead 3-0 against Tunisia. I think this is the last game before they finally start packing their bags. And do they still have one more? I'll confirm that. But yes, they lead 3-0 right now. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Welcome.
Farnod, we all know Mourinho. Mourinho said they like too much attacking. Listen, some coaches where they like to attack now, we go say, I know the great chance. But Mourinho go like making defender be defender, make attack be attack. So make him fight club. Now the opportunity we go use, if he make request for transfer, say, if I will come up for there, otherwise nobody will try for him. Then this is Liverpool coach, that guy go try. One thing about coaches is say, now you know what you want. That's the way you want. If you try and you know work for you, no work with that. But if it work for you, everybody will begin to sing your name. And the thing will go for coaching. So you don't try and one more to work. If you try and may you work. If you try and may you no work. So make we just go and look whether it works or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. Let's give it time and see if it works. But yes, Trent Alexander-Arnold, are you looking at him and you are thinking, I'm worried for this brother. I'm worried for this brother. He's got to take this easy. He's got to work hard for this. He's got to earn his place back in the team. Do you look at this team and you are worried for the man? Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Victor.
Yes, welcome.
This guy, is he still playing for Real Madrid?
Tell us your name,
Dani
please.
Carvajal.
Tell us your name, please.
Hello?
What's your name?
My name is Raymond.
Okay, Raymond.
Please, I want this guy still play for Real Madrid? Dani Carvajal.
No.
Yeah. Because they said that don't say now I can't take
Dani Carvajal has left Real Madrid at the end of the season. He has left.
Okay. No problem. While I don't separate you, and that you know won't come to full and instead. Okay, especially. No worry, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. And it's now 4-0 for Belgium. Yes, Lukebakio, the scorer, to make it 4-0. And yes, that's the man who's scored the fourth. Joseph, certainly not a good one for Tunisia and for Africa on display as far as this one is concerned.
It's just. I think after the red card, you probably would expect what was to come. But I thought they actually gave a good account of themselves defensively, especially in the first half. And I think that's the reason why, Belgium probably were not able to score more than a goal. They did so much defensively, but I thought. They could probably have made us see more of the attacking side. And you find out that their main guy, talking about Hannibal Mejbri, has been on the bench. So probably you would understand why, it's been so slow up front.
Okay.
Yeah. And you look at how they've been playing last half, because it's basically been the guy piecing the midfield and the attack together. And without him, they don't have much of a direction, and I think that's what has. Okay,
it's 5 now. It is 5 now.
They've gone entirely
I
lazy.
can tell you, it is now 5-0. Yes, talking about Belgium, they added the 5th goal to this one. It was almost Lukaku, but yes, he fell onto the path of another player. Lukaku created the assist, by the way, for Lukebakio's goal. But of course, it is now 5-0. Rashkin, yes, Nicholas Rashkin, you know him, you still remember him. Yes, he does this thing for Rangers Football Club in Scotland. He's the man who has scored the 5th goal for Tunisia. I know you are probably asking yourself, are these ones they qualify for World Cup or no qualify? They qualify.
They do their work.
I don't get the answer. They shall qualify. Yes, they shall qualify. And see,
hopefully they can turn it up in the tournament proper, because I see a lot of lazy defending. Especially to this 5th goal, the 4th goal as well.
Maybe everybody's just doing their best to not get injured.
Yes.
And make it to the World Cup. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
So I have to be honest with this, Alexander. It's over for him.
What's your name, sir?
Okay, Nico Miles. I'm calling from Oka.
Okay.
I say for the Alexandano issue is over for him.
Why? Why do you think so?
Over. Because Dumfries is a very good attacking player, just like Alexandano. And he's very, very, very good in defensive. Alexandano is very poor in defense. He's not even decent enough in that defensive. And Mourinho coming to Real Madrid, we want to win the La Liga. And he doesn't want his back line conceding a lot of goals while they are scoring. So he likes his back line to be efficient, as his attack is efficient too. It's better he wins 1-0 or 2-0 without conceding than to concede a lot of goals. So Zadano is very poor in defending. But I think one thing about Zadano, people don't know, I think he's a system player. I think he can only work for Jurgen Klopp. I don't think he can work for any other side because of his crossing and all that thing. I think he's just basically a system player. So I think he's over for him in Real Madrid because don't fight come to take that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. For what he gives in the attacking play, loads of assists, chances creation, ability to strike the ball even from distance, close range, set piece, passes, everything he does have. Adaptability might be the problem. We know Mourinho would want his defense to be as tight as possible, and Trent is not exactly that guy. But how do you maximize his strength?
To be honest, you look at it at the latter stages of Klopp's reign at Liverpool. You know, he basically shuffled him most times and gives a lot of support for that right back position. That's why you see
once or twice brought him to the midfield.
Yes, Ibrahima Konate was operating more from that position in a 3-man back line, and people felt okay, maybe he's changed his approach, and they were no longer playing quite as much. But that was basically what he did, and he brought him into the midfield. You could tell the midfield was Liverpool was basically lacking in people of this in passing quality. I would say you don't have the likes of Wataruendo, who I thought again it came from Stuttgart, and I felt his physicality, would he actually be a match to what is expected of him to solve from that Liverpool midfield? And okay, it's made every sense, to have somebody like Trent, who is a defender, also has the passing range and can quickly switch from defense to attack, without running so much, because he has the passing range, which gave them quite a number of goals from last season. I mean, from the season that last season it was there. And the moment where it started to become like a mainstay, you could tell he struggled against the physicality, and you could tell, although he didn't feature so much in that environment, and before he left for Real Madrid. And if you're not going to be given what the likes of Camavinga would normally give, these are monsters in their positions. It's Chouameni, Valverde, you've got at one point you had Kroos, you had all of these guys in the middle of the back. It's not possible for you to go ahead of them, because you don't have that same range, you don't have the same quality. So it means you have to go back to that primary responsibility. And to be honest, you will not play Alex as a winger, because you have, what's the need of playing him there when you have crazy talent up top? So I thought that was the reason why it feels like, okay, maybe it's not fitting in. And a few times actually under Xabi Alonso worked with somebody like Frimpong, so you understand that, okay, this is the system that could accommodate him. But it's not every manager who makes use of that same system. Xabi Alonso is a 3-4-3 kind of manager. Yeah, he came into Real Madrid, basically played a 4-man defense, but most times in transition it was a 3-man back line, and you could tell that, okay, he featured heavily, although the minutes were not particularly plenty, but he featured more times under Xabi Alonso. Since that did not also work in general in terms of how the team, how they performed and what they got. Obviously, Xabi Alonso had to leave, and it means you have to reset back, and he obviously has not been cutting it once again. So I think for me, that is basically the bane to his game.
Was he probably a Xabi Alonso signing?
Yeah, I think so. 100%. We saw what he did at Xabi. This is not to say he's not a good a player. He's a solid player. He's a world-class player.
Yeah.
I don't think there's so much of people who have that ability he has, a passing range, striking the ball, set pieces. There's not much
quality technique all over the place.
100%. But the truth is, once you are except you are the line, your versatility is as crazy as the likes of James Milner, where you can absolutely pop off anywhere and they can put you, okay, you be effective. I think if you don't have that, it can be a little bit of a cause as well. But again, I don't think it's much of a problem that cannot be solved. I mean, we saw the likes of Mikel Obi practically from a number 10, where everybody expected, this guy is a very good talent as a number 10. But you saw that according to his abilities, it could give you, because of his calm-headedness, it could organize a midfield, basically playing in that position where it doesn't have to run so much. Busquets, for instance, is somebody who could possibly play as a number 10 because he has that range. Not much of a passer, but he can find all of those small spaces.
He actually can pass.
Yes, I mean long range passes. For you to dictate how the tempo of games. But from that little space he has, he absolutely bust everything.
Yeah.
So I think I want to see that probably you have a trend there. It could, I don't think he's so unintelligent that he would not be able to adapt. So I think if he gets into that position, he can adapt, especially when you have world-class coaches. He should be able to do that. And to be honest, I just feel like the reason why he's, having to suffer much is why work so hard when you already have the answers in the middle of the park. So you just have to do what you are brought here to do, and that's the reason why, obviously. But I just think again, Camavinga is getting injured. At one point, he had crisis. Camavinga is getting injured. Tchouaméni was out of form. He was getting injured as well. I thought that was, probably the easy way out. Although injury has not been fair to him as well. So I think it's just coming in all, in the bit of coincidence, and it has not exactly worked out for him at Real Madrid. But again, I don't think it's a problem that cannot be solved, especially when you look at it from the middle of the back for strengths.
Okay. Trent Alexander-Arnold, the man we're talking about on the show today. And yes, action as it continues right here. Your Champion Star Sports Radio Brila FM. And let's get right into the business of the day as we take more calls and more contributions coming in on Football Live. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Ricky.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah. It's Ate calling his name.
Okay.
See, for me, I don't think Trent should have a problem. Honestly.
Go on, tell us why.
What if Dombry has an injury? So who will not come in? So for two of them, I think it should be okay for Real Madrid. Honestly.
Okay.
Because Joseph just make mention of one point now, which I doubt the other guy coming in has. His passing range. Trent has it.
He does.
Trent has that long passing range. He has it. And I doubt the other guy who is coming in from Inter Milan. I doubt it. The only good area that this guy is good at is that defending ability. And when the team is attacking, they can attack as well. So for me, I don't think he should have any issue. Because if the guy has injury, who will replace him? No. It's like this time around, they are going to play a lot of matches. A lot. So I don't think, because probably they want to use strength to back up, or probably the to back up. So if Mourinho knows what he's doing, as a top coach he is, I don't think he should let Trent go.
Okay.
It's a plus to them, and they should keep both of them. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Contrary to the fears, I don't believe Mourinho would throw him away. No. I think Mourinho would adapt him. You can't let such a world-class, talented player live just like that. It's not worked out for him doesn't mean it's never going to work out. And obviously, it would rub off on his international duties. But the fact is, you would always find a space for people like this. It's intelligent, first of all. And I think with proper blending, Real Madrid could probably even upgrade that's midfield with strength. It doesn't have to play. It doesn't have to play
back position.
Right back. Yes, we've seen.
I think he can really function as a number 10.
Yes,
I think so,
because he has the passing range. He has the eye for goal.
The coaches have just not been adventurous enough to want to try him in that position.
I think so.
I think he really can play as a 10. I've seen a situation where himself and Szoboszlai were going neck to neck against some low blocks, and it was hard for them to cope.
Yes, and they had to be. I think
they had the team on the ropes. Okay, let's take some of the contributions right here on the show this afternoon. Football Live, your Champion Star Sports Radio Brila FM. We'll go back to the phone lines. We'll take messages on WhatsApp, and yes, take your thoughts as many as possible, because we have other talking points coming in that we need to dig into as the conversation continues right here on Football Live. It is 4 o'clock. Let's go. This one here from Prince Adeyinka. He says, from Ikorodu, he says, Liverpool is bigger than Iraola, and he will definitely not live up to the expectations. I'm a Chelsea fan, but truly speaking, Arsenal is now here to dominate DPL for a while after the exit of Pep. No current coach in the EPL can compete with Mikel Arteta. Well, let's see. if that's actually a statement of fact, or if that will play out that way. This one here says it can never be the end of Trent because he is one of the best right backs in the world with a great pass, free kick, goals, and super attacking skills. Even if Real Madrid rejects him, he will certainly get a big club. He's far better than Dumfries 100 times. Best form of defense is to attack. Your name is Williams. Williams, I'm not comparing him to Dumfries, and trust me, there are aspects of being a defender where Dumfries will leave him on his backside. Loads of those areas. So let's not do the comparison. Whether he's better is not the question we're asking. But let's go. This one here says, good afternoon. I'm a Real Madrid fan and I think Trent Alexander-Arnold can still perform highly at Real Madrid. He just needs to double down and show the manager that he is very important to the team. He's a good passer of the ball, for one. Ezekiel here. Okay, Ezekiel, thank you for that one. Let's go for the next comment here. It says, good afternoon, gentlemen. Arnold has a clear future at Real Madrid. All Madrid defense is shaking. I see him playing, but in a different defensive role. Emmanuel Yusuf from Maiduguri, Borno State. Thank you for that one, Emmanuel Yusuf. This one here says, the handwriting is on the wall for him to leave. But who says something cannot change? If he dedicates himself to get it, he can. I always look at CR7 and see why most players cannot reach his level. His dedication is very important part of the game. Granot went fall. Went failed to cook with the others for fire. And a finger, then take pick him out. He says most players fail in giving it their all for the years of their career. Emmanuel from Birmingham. Emmanuel, I'll be honest with you. I have, for more than 10 years, stopped comparing Ronaldo to anybody else or put anybody in that conversation. They can only try. They can only try. That guy's hunger, don't worry. I will not encourage people and say, try to be like Ronaldo. I can say to you, try to be a quarter of what he does, or have a quarter of his hunger. Half of it might be too big for your mentality to stomach. Because we saw him evolve into this monster that he is. He used to go missing in big games. Maybe you've not watched him for that long. I don't want to sermonize about what I have seen about the career of that brother. I don't compare him to anybody. Don't worry. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick. He says, I think it's too early for a player like Arnold to be playing only cup matches or from the bench. I'll advise him to look for a club where he will be a starter. The challenge will be around his wages, and I don't know how affordable he is to other clubs. Patrick, thank you for this one. This one says, hello guys. If the report of Dumfries completing his move to Real Madrid is true, then Trent Alexander-Arnold at Real Madrid is coming to a disappointing end. In fact, Dumfries has signed already. He's the first signing. Florentino Perez has said that over 3 times in the course of 1 week. He says, I say this because Dumfries is an all-rounder, far better player than Trent Alexander-Arnold, irrespective of his age. I advise him to return to the EPL to resurrect his fading career. It's a pity he's not going to the World Cup. He has himself to blame. Belgium is obviously running a riot on Tunisia. Up Gunners. Uchenna, this one is from you, from Inquere in Imo State. That game is over. 5 goals to nil it ended. It was almost 6 at some point. Lukaku's late shot got blocked, and that was how he didn't end up in the back of the net. Good evening, VQ. As a Madrid fan, well, nothing to Trent. It says nothing to Trent. He will play because Dumfries because Dumfries' game doesn't mean that he won't see playing time. Jose is going to rotate the 2. Ahmed Silva from Lekki. Okay, let's see if that works, and then we can talk about it, because before you know it now, they'll be carrying one guy to go and play right back and say, Filipe Valverde, you played this place before. It is all about being defensively solid, first things first, before we talk about scoring goals. I know the idea. Sports Radio, hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good evening, sorry. It's Rhino from Asaba.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, let me come with it. First of all, I want to appreciate you guys. I think this is, I've been doing your program for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks now. I think that I'm enjoying your program very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now let me come with this trade. For me, trade is good. Not about that. It's just that it was hunger for him to go to Madrid. But if you look at that one before you look at yourself, that is where I can see. Then for Dumfries coming, I just see that Mourinho will know a coach who can throw away a good player out of the post like that. What you say, they're pushing somewhere else where he can put the cross. So I believe he can play 7. Even Dumfries can overlap, but now if he can play 2 of them, and he can play 7, in those crosses to the attack, that's where you get advantage and money will take him there. That's for me. That's the okay. So for me, it's not over yet for him. Never for him. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution on the show this afternoon. Football Live, yes, your Champions Star Sports Radio Reliant Family. Yes, we are still taking the contributions on the show this afternoon. We're talking Trent Alexander-Arnold, and yes, you can share your thoughts with us on what you think the future holds for him as far as his career right there at Madrid is concerned. But real quick, of course, it is Football Live, but let's keep you in the know because, of course, as far as the French Open is concerned, we have a winner. Yes, we have a winner in the women's category, yes, of the French Open. We definitely have a winner. Yes, let's let you know that Andreeva, yes, Andreeva is the new winner. Mira Andreeva, of course, has defeated Maya Chwalinska 6-3, 6-2 to win the French Open and claim win. Wow. Yes, it is her first Grand Slam title. The 19-year-old Russian Andreeva is the youngest French Open champion since Monica Seles did it in 1992. Yes, she, of course, has done an amazing job in this situation, winning the French Open. Not only is she projected to move up 93 places now in the world rankings, she's also doubled her career earnings in a space of 3 weeks with $1.62 million prize pot for a runner-up position. Of course, talking about the one who finished second. Yes, Maya Chwalinska, who finished second in the French Open. And to think that she was struggling to afford accommodation in Paris at the start of the tournament before the sponsors stepped in to help. This is a fantastic story. Yes, she may have finished a runner-up in this case, but a good one for her. For Andreeva, 19-year-old and 39 days. Yes, 19 years, 39 days old. Andreeva is the first teenager to win the French Open singles since Iga Swiatek did in 2020. She's also the youngest woman champion of the Roland Garros since 18-year-old Monica Seles did, won her third straight title in 1992. So yes, good one for her, and a new champion is born as far as the French Open is concerned. We'll wait for what it will be tomorrow, when of course action would take center stage for the men's final. In the meantime, let's let you know the Paraguay forward Julio Enciso's World Cup is in doubt after he injured during a 4-0 friendly win over Nicaragua. The 22-year-old Brighton player was in tears as he was stretchered off the pitch in the 25th minute of the South American side's warm-up game. Paraguay's World Cup campaign begins on Saturday when they face a host, the USA, in Los Angeles. The manager Gustavo Alfaro, wants Enciso to have a chance to play in Paraguay's first World Cup final since 2010. Hopefully, it's nothing serious and the result of an impact. And we'll have to keep calm and wait and see, and get back and see how he gets back to full fitness. He suffered a double injury, first to his side and then to his lower back, which affected his quadriceps. He got scared and he had to come off. Enciso has also been a regular starter throughout the Paraguay's qualification campaign, scoring 3 goals and assisting 2. He contributed 12 goals during his first season at Strasbourg after joining from Brighton in September. Okay, yes, that's Julio Enciso there. Wishing him the very best, and I hope he gets back and he will be ready for the World Cup. We're talking Trent Alexander-Arnold at this point in time on Football Live, and yes, questions about what you think the brother brings to this team and what he could do for this side. Madrid, is that club, and loads of questions about Trent and if he can cope, if this will be a difficult one for him. Do you see him, yes, succeeding at Madrid? Had a torrid first season, and this time around, of course, he's gearing up to go again and give it his all. But concerns about, fitness levels, new coach coming in, players been signed in that same position. All of this put together might, of course, change the story and make us see a better outing by the player. Or maybe, of course, things might get worse than they currently are as far as his career at Real Madrid is concerned. It's all what we're talking about at this point in time. Yes, the Football Life top key points that we have lined up for you onto this edition of the show. Trent Alexander-Arnold, are you optimistic about his chances at Real, or you think this might get difficult from here on and it will turn out to be something else? I'm not sure what it will turn out to be, but 090-41,889, 090-44,889. The numbers to call on the show this afternoon. Hello.
Hello, Victor.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yeah, somebody calling.
Okay, let's hear you.
For Trent Alexander-Arnold, a terrible season he had last season because of injury. Injury was part of the misfortune he had. So, we are still succeeding. The arrival of the new manager, maybe Jose Mourinho or Jurgen Klopp, according to the two contestants of those presidential elections. So who knows who will win and the manager they will bring in. So if the new manager comes, I see Arnold succeeding because he has developed as a good player, and he had his best days at Liverpool. So, and that performance in Liverpool took him to Real Madrid. So I see him succeeding. If he should be injury free and concentrate on his game. It's not unfortunate that he didn't make the squad for England, but there is still hope because that season affected his chances of making it to the World Cup. So, from my own understanding, I see him succeeding. Next season will be a better season for him at Real Madrid with the new manager coming in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution on the show. Yes, right here. Let's quickly let you know that Jurgen Klopp's his manager, his agent, has put out a statement to say that Klopp is not interested in returning to club football dugout anytime soon. And so whatever they are saying at their campaigns, it has nothing to do with him. Klopp has a job. He's working with a conglomerate, yes, who are in charge of a lot of clubs. And he's more like a technical director. Last season, I think he was in South Africa. At the end of last season, they had a project in South Africa. He was around where they were also looking at talents. They were scouting for RB.
Yeah, they played against Mamelodi Sundowns.
He's busy. Yes, they played against Sundowns again at the end of this season. Brother says he's busy, that he's not interested in returning to the dugout anytime soon. So that thing that guy is using for his campaign.
I don't know how you base your entire campaign on lies. Well, you trust people to vote for you. It does my head in.
It does your head in. You don't follow politics in this part of the world.
No. If to say that Nigerian politicians for understand, well, you what they do this thing too?
All of them, Look, Joseph, I don't want to go that far. You don't want to go down there. Hello there. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Welcome.
This is a communion. Chelsea fan. Talking about Arnold. To me, I know that somebody will say will retain that Real Madrid, that position for Real Madrid, because the same thing I see happened to Hazard. How many seasons, how many matches in play, injury, just lay him down. So at the same time, I want to happen to Arnold. If he gets free time, free transfer, he should go and look for some elsewhere. Because this one, we say the two people say that they expect
for their political career to become the president of the club, they choose different coaches. Mourinho if he come, if he not accept that, club if he come, he accept that. So for now, Henry don't use much more to find replacement for him. He should look elsewhere, where we say if the start match they play. That will not be my own take inside. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. Okay, once again, Klopp, through his agent, has said he's not interested in the job and that he's not ready for life in the dugout. Not now, not anytime soon. Maybe you put up a tempting offer and see if that changes. But the man has said he's not interested in any job right now that would take him to such a place. Okay. Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes.
Hakim.
Okay, welcome, Hakim.
This is Hakim.
Yes, go on.
For my own contribution, Arnold. My own contribution, Arnold. 442. 442 formation.
Arnold should do what? Hello?
Hello.
You said Arnold should do what? Play 4-4-2?
Just for you can use 442 information. It's really not less. They don't know replacement. It's that time.
Okay.
It's that time. So if my Real Madrid can use just move you 442. So any Wabadi, William, in that way. So it will be done. Because I know just Mogi will go use some. Yeah, you understand?
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't know, like, he's suggesting an idea to Mourinho on how he thinks he should deploy the player. These things easy like this. Hello.
Hello.
Anakuchila.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. Go on. What's your name?
Okay, this is Kevin from Telga.
Kevin, you're welcome.
Yes, I want to know the scores of this women's friendly yesterday between Nigeria and Senegal.
Nigeria won 2-1.
Huh?
2-1. Nigeria won that game.
Women friendly.
Yes, 2-1. Nigeria won the game.
Okay, 1-0 win.
2-1. Which one be?
Okay.
See, first you. I don't want to think that's the case. First, you're taking us, of course, and then we're trying to tell you, and I don't know what is happening behind the scenes there. But 2-1 was how Nigeria won that game yesterday against Senegal. The women's friendly, yes, 2-1, 2-1, 2 for Nigeria, 1 for Senegal. Yes, that was how it ended yesterday. Let's take a break on the show. Yes, another break. And yes, when we come back, of course, it will be another round of talking points, of course, on the show today as the action continues right here. Only on your Champions Now Sports Radio Brunei FM. We'll be back with more on Football Live.
They could go with a corner kick. Shooting Stars still looking for the 3-point here. And fantastic header.
The WBC interim heavyweight champion of the world, the Nigerian Nightmare.
In this stubby moment, I'm king.
And Carroll's in, and he's won it for Liverpool. Much criticised club record signing comes up with a header that lifts their spirits.
Higher with the crown, yes.
They're looking to switch it quickly here for Ronaldo, who's got the better of Diego Alves, and Ronaldo scores brilliantly. The finish of a master, a craftsman at work.
Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't faze me.
On the back to Kano. He's got the captain as well the game for Nigeria. The man who's played the game for Nigeria takes them into the final. Nwankwo Kanu, what a moment for him.
Greatness is what we on the brink of.
I don't believe it. Aguero with seconds of the season remaining, has won the Premier League title for Manchester City. Hollywood, make this movie.
They have become the first African side to win Olympic gold and to win a major world footballing tournament. And no wonder they'll celebrate. Nigeria with the gold medal.
I'm really trying to make it more than what it is, because everybody dies, but not everybody lives.
Messi scores! Another massive milestone, a half-century of goals in the Champions League, and he's the youngest player to reach that figure.
This is my moment.
Every moment is a treasure. With Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
I wish that I could have this moment for life.
Brila FM, a complete deal.
'Cause in this moment I just feel so alive.
Time once again for VAR, Video Assistant Referee.
Everybody saw it.
Paul Tierney is recommending that Anthony Taylor goes and has a look for himself.
Yeah. We know you saw it too.
On reflection, he does get there first. He does make contact.
Let's review that scene and double check it all on the VAR show.
All right, make I use my VR made in Marine Beach. Yes, stand on the bridge, you see everywhere clearly.
My VR made in Ngwanrimi.
9:30 a.m. Mondays to Fridays on Sports Radio, Brila FM. VAR. The recheck.
I don't
want the company's name.
When you are here and the work.
You know, contributing your hot takes and opinions just got way easier because Sports Radio Brila FM is doubling down the fun by giving you 2 magical lines to connect to the studios. That means when you dial the numbers
090-41,889 and 090-44,889,
your voice will be heard on the home of the fans around the world. What are you waiting for? Start dialing, because now you have not one but a 2-way access to having your voice heard on your favorite radio station.
Breaking news straight to your phone. Brila Media is now on WhatsApp. Follow our official WhatsApp channel for the latest sports news, talking points, live updates, and in-depth coverage of sports events in Nigeria and around the world. From international tournaments to national teams, athletes, and exclusive stories. If it's sports, it's on Brila Media. To join, simply go to WhatsApp channels on your device. Search Brila Media and tap follow channel. No stress, no delays. Just sports as it happens. Brila Media, home of the fans.
They are the heartbeat of a game. The voices that roar from Lagos to London, from the streets to the screens. They are more than fans. They are family. They are Brila Nation. You cheer, you chant, you celebrate every goal, every victory, every moment that matters. And every single day, Brila Media celebrates you. The power, the passion, the pride of Brila Nation. Brila Media, the home of champions, the voice of the fans. United we stand, together we win. Because we are Brila Nation.
He sent it in with that gorgeous left foot of his. Have you heard anything quite like this?
Absolutely not.
From London to Lagos. It was a long ball over the top. Oh, it's gone by the form book. Yeah, it's a superb performance from Arsenal, really. Unbelievable. Boom. Big goal in the relegation scrap. Wow. Nigerian Frank Onyeka returns to the substitutes bench for Brentford.
That's why we stand out from the crowd.
If you're a Tottenham fan, you'll be jumping up and down. Yeah, it was an absolute screamer. Fair play to Mikel Antonio. Pick that one out. It's been a pleasure having you with us.
When's it all going to end?
Football Live on Brila FM.
Live and exclusive to Brila FM. You are tuned in to Football Live.
So we've got so much coming up on Football Live. We're covering everything in England, in Germany, in Italy, in Spain, in Saudi Arabia, in Nigeria. You name it, we've got it covered here on Football Live.
Our fantastic team of reporters will be bringing you all the goals as they go in the biggest games across the footballing world.
We love a bit of drama here on Football Live, and we've plenty of it this afternoon.
the grounds every Saturday and Sunday afternoon on Football Live. Hear about the goals as they go in as we follow all of the big action around the Premier League and the big leagues around Europe, including Bundesliga, Serie A and La Liga. Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live.
Football Live.
Welcome back. The action continues right here. It is your Champion Star Sports Radio Brilla FM, and yes, this is Football Live. Let's get right into it as we looking to wrap things up on today's edition of the show. Now, former Chelsea star Gary Cahill believes that one current Blues star, yes, William Estevao, has the capability to hit the levels set by club icon Eden Hazard in the future. The Brazilian teenager joined Chelsea in 2025 for summer. Yes, 2025 summer window from Palmeiras, and yes, after a competition amid multiple European clubs, he joined the Blues in a deal that could end up being worth around £50 million in the future. Estevao played 36 games for the Blues this season and scored 8 goals and provided 4 assists in those appearances. The teenage star unfortunately suffered an injury towards the end of the season that will see him miss the 2026 FIFA World Cup with Brazil. Former Chelsea star Gary Cahill, of course, spoke highly about the Blues winger when asked about his potential, saying that, yes, this man, one for the future, and Chelsea can begin to build the team around guys like this. Can Estevao William be the next Eden Hazard? Should Chelsea, of course, look to build the team around guys like this? Joseph?
I think the moment the question pops up, then you definitely know he is not. Eden Hazard basically came to England and lighted up the entire place. They are not in the same class. I don't think so. I think he can forge his own shape, but to say the level of impact Hazard had, I don't think so. I think it will be given too much expectations on this guy. I think
are we writing him off too soon?
I'm not writing him off. I'm just saying that's a crazy level of expectation. Back to back consistent seasons for 6 years or 7. I think for a guy who is just barely cutting his teeth, I think it's way too much expectation on the young man. It's unhealthy for him. Allow him grow to form the kind of man he wants to be, or it would eventually be. But I think it's way too heavy to place an Eden Hazard at this point in time. I think people, because of how it's Real Madrid career turned out, people probably would forget how crazy it was for Eden Hazard. It didn't need time for adjustment. In fact, the league adjusted for him. That's how crazy he came at Chelsea. Yes, it was up until maybe he was living in the English Premier League. That was when the numbers started pop out really impressively for him. But for a guy, you knew at every point in time he got the ball, something was about to happen. As in, I do not remember the last time somebody like that actually emerged. I don't even remember a bad game you would say Hazard genuinely had, when it was at Chelsea. So for me, crazy talent Estevao is, but the fact that it's hard to show there a lot, coming in, I think he played a good number of games before, and Maresca tried to avoid putting him into the spotlight, and then basically putting so much expectation on him. He actually had to space out his minutes, grow naturally, grow like don't be like many of the talent we have nowadays that after 2-3 years they are no longer anywhere to be found. So I think that was the plan for from Maresca, which I think was the perfect way for a young guy to grow. And Royce O'Neal came in and started to feel like, okay, if he's ready, he's ready. You throw him straight to the line of fire. The man is injured now, and to me, if anybody, if you've seen enough of football, you know that sometimes injuries can dent confidence of many star players, especially against when it comes to talking about dribblers. Having a long-term injury can do a lot to affect their explosiveness. And to be honest, I think such talks, it's not even about getting into his head now. It's just about protecting the guy. Chelsea have seen a lot of youngsters wither away because of expectations and comparing them early to greats. At one point, the likes of Guy Kakuta did not even see the light of the day. Everybody was basically ranting about the guy. Oh, this guy is the next thing. Makelele Regen. Oh, this one, that one. Josh Maki. There's so many Chelsea players. I feel like, wow, crazy talents. But obviously, at the end of the day, there was a guy called Nathaniel Chalobah. He played at Watford more important, but he came in not kind of like I think he was basically the set of the one at AC Milan now, Ruben Loftus-Cheek. And that guy was absolutely tearing everywhere. Baba Rahman, all of these guys, they came in and you felt, okay, maybe this is the future of Chelsea. Callum Hudson-Odoi, all of these players, the same sets. And the expectation at that point in time was, okay, you threw them straight into the first 11, but they could not cope with all of the expectation. Many had to be loaned out. Jeremy Boga. Names are countless at this point in time. Chelsea talents that have withered away because of expectation. I think for me, it's unhealthy, allowing to grow, into what he, would end up being. He's going to be a Stanval Williams, and to say he's going to be another Eden Hazard, I think it's, putting the cart before the horse. Let him cut his teeth and let him show us that he really would, be able to play for a long time with Chelsea. Of course, delivering at a very consistent level for a very long time. I think we can have a conversation about that. But for now, I think it's way too early and way too unhealthy.
Can this team be built around guys like him? Big question. Yes. Gary Cahill says, well, yes, I think he's got the team to be the next Hazard, and I think really the team can be built around him. Do you agree? Or you think just let the boy be himself? Again, I've made up my mind long ago that all this comparison of next this one.
It never ends well for any young player. It never does. I don't think I remember any last time. Lamine Yamal, everybody's basically forgetting about Messi. Nobody's comparing him with Messi. Yeah, let him be.
He's cutting his path for himself.
Yes.
It's that simple. Just do your thing. Hello. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Victor, I greet you again.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Joseph, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Someone calling. Joseph, I agree with you 100%. When you say something that is, not debatable, I have to agree with you. Too early to start talking about this guy building a team around him. Even comparing him with Eddie Hazard. I just have said Eddie Hazard never had one game that was bad at Chelsea. So why would anyway? Everybody is entitled to the opinion, but it's too early to start talking about building a team around Estaval. No, they should wait. Let him just mature naturally, according to Joseph. So I concur with Joseph. No need of putting any other thing. Thank you very much.
Okay. By the time he matures naturally and is no longer a Chelsea player, you are seeing him in the colours of another team. You will now say they didn't give him chance. Let him mature naturally. That's so Lukaku and Salah and De Bruyne take go. You are saying let him mature naturally.
Well, they didn't come as young. What this is what 17, 18?
He's 18 now.
18 now. No, may they allow him. I think what the mistake they will now do is to allow him leave without fulfilling his potential. I think that's what the mistake they did with the likes of Lukaku. But even at that, we saw Lukaku back and he was still not able to. I don't know. It's such a special case. You can't exactly judge him. because even when he actually, became the player he's supposed to be at Inter Milan, he came back to England and again he was not able to flourish. So I think it's just the way sometimes, it could be luck, it could be anything. I just think he should be allowed to grow properly. Play him when he starts to show, okay, he's really ready, and then he gets his fitness level really 100%. And I think, yes, by that time, when you now sell it, people will now be asking questions, why would you sell such a guy who is actually coming up? So I think that's just the case for Westerveld.
Okay. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, when you're ready, let us know so that we can take as many contributions as possible. When you call in, please don't keep us waiting and you're not saying anything, because other guys are also trying to call and they want to jump in on it and have this conversation with us. We have messages, of course, on WhatsApp. We will take them soon. Let's take a few more calls on the show. Yes, we're talking about Esteban Willian. And Gary Cahill has said, yes, he's one for the future. Definitely one that, you guys can look to build the team around, because he reminds him of Eden Hazard. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Victor.
Welcome, Victor.
Yeah, Esteban is a future Chelsea. It's one of the future Chelsea stars. Nobody is going to take that boy from us. We love him very well. Chelsea fans like him. So let it be so. Thank you.
You didn't answer the question. Nobody is saying anybody is taking him away from you people. You didn't answer the question. This is not a debate about whether Chelsea doesn't want him. Please take us there. Take us back to what we are talking about. And let's look at it squarely. So that we don't go out of line in trying to defend situations like this. Because when season starts now, a different story could be. We know all these things. Good evening, VQ and Mr. Short Black Boy. Is Shaw, not short. Joseph is a 6-footer. Joseph is a 6-footer. He's not short. He's Shaw. He too short. A confirmed guy. For me, the Trent Alexander-Arnold situation at Madrid just points to nothing but bench for the ex-Liverpool right back. The signing of Denzel Dumfries tells it all. In fact, the tune playing in the Bernabeu right now is Oya Sokwe Mike from Amuodofin. Let's take this one. It says, Vicky Abeg, send me. Okay. I get it. All right. I'll see. I'll do that. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Hello.
I can hear you.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon. This is a Chameleon. Chelsea fan calling from Ojoto.
Okay. Welcome.
Okay. Concerning William. The hard boy and still small boy.
Still smally.
To do something. But the only thing I think is I think they don't go put that kind of pressure for everybody. And I said they should really allow him to do his own thing the way he wants to do it. Football is the kind of a game that if you are a winger or a striker and you love doing that, you can do it to the best of your own knowledge. But it's a big way they begin to convert players to so and so side. They need to go well with those players. So, brilliant. They should not give him that too much load. Make they allow him himself as the small picking way in the what we want to play with the pattern we like to play. Then, by doing so, I believe he could become one of the famous footballers who will get.
Okay.
So, I have to say thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for that one as well on the show this afternoon. Yes, the action continues right here, and we're still taking your contributions as we take a look at Esteban Willian and the comments, of course, are made about him. Now, Leo Bellardi is out of the World Cup due to an injury suffered in training. Argentina's Leo Bellardi, yes, who does this thing for, I think, Olympique Marseille, is out of the World Cup. Lionel Scaloni will now pick his replacement. He is out of the World Cup. Another casualty from a training. Yes, looks like that, of course, is what has just made the news Leo Bellardi is out of the World Cup, will not feature at the World Cup for the Argentina because, yes, he has suffered an injury that will keep him out of the tournament. Okay, yes, he has suffered an injury that will keep him out of the World Cup. Let's take more calls, yes, on the show. 090-41,089, 090-44,089. Yes, the numbers to call to be on the show today. And let's, of course, take more of the contributions coming in as the action continues right here. Okay, 090-41,089, 090-44,089. Yes, the numbers to call to be a part of it. Okay, we're still looking at news stories making the rounds in some other parts of the world, and yes, we're bringing you all of these and lots more as we count down to the kickoff of the World Cup. Yes, players who are still in, updates from different camps. I'm sure we've given you like 3 or 4 of those stories today. 4 of them, even though 3 of them have had to do with injuries, but we'll give you all that we have and make sure that you stay in tune with all that is happening as far as action is concerned. Yes, we're counting down to the FIFA World Cup, and that, I can tell you, is something special this season. Okay, yes, of course, more of the comments are coming in and more of the contributions are coming in as well as we take a look at all these things and lots more. Iraola talked about somewhere around when he was, of course, talking about his preparation for the team. He talked about how players who go to the World Cup, they would need to rest before they come back into the side, and it's an opportunity for him to see the academy boys and the players who didn't go to the World Cup and see how he can integrate a few of them into the team. The man is not putting the pressure of we have to sign on himself. He's looking at solutions. Typical Unai Emery school.
Of course, you look at how he's done it with Bournemouth. You know, you understand this is how he's always worked on his life. You know, when he was at Bournemouth, had to make use of whatever he had at that point in time. And he understands the situation that, okay, because these guys have spent so much last summer, you know, it is possible. I think it's just being proactive enough. It's just being proactive about the entire process. You know, they might not be able to release as much cash as they did last summer, so I have to improvise. Just as I said earlier, that it needs to make, his ideas have to be communicated to the guys who did not go to the World Cup, and of course some of the young guys coming through the academy. And I think that's just about the right way to go, because I've just seen some of the players left at Liverpool. You know, Salah has left, Robo, Konate. So you have Curtis Jones, who is talking about leaving. Alisson, who is there are talks about he wants to move to Juve, but probably being forced to stay at this point in time. Gomez, all of these players have signaled before. Wataruendo, Elliott, if he comes back from Aston Villa, but it's not a guy who is motivated to even work now because of the whole mess around why he did not play at Aston Villa, because they didn't want him enough. Liverpool played the fast one. There's so many crazy scenarios about Harvey Elliott. You have Chiesa, who is unsettled, probably be looking elsewhere for game time. McAllister as well. There are talks about some of these guys as well. So you look at Ekitike, he's injured. Isak, most probably injury prone. Conor Bradley is injury prone as well. Jackie and Leone, these are the guys he has to work with. And I think it will be very honest of him to not expect so much, because you're looking at least having to buy as much as 6-7 players, because some people are saying, okay, they might leave. But again, maybe the possibility of them staying probably is greater now, because the man has been appointed, and they'll look at, okay, maybe things can get settled and we have that stability for a while. But it looks like a mess what he's stepping into, and to be honest, he has to use his experience in addressing some of these situations, and bring in and the young guys from the academy, some maybe understated or underreported guys who are doing really well, and try to blend them all in. At this point in time, I think it is more important to get the structure of how he wants to play across to everybody, and that will form the basis of which, okay, can now sign players if they do. So I think he's doing it the right way, and I think that's a forward-thinking coach, and I'm really happy that he has started to work already.
Okay, yes, Anthony has started putting things in place. He's gone back to his country to go chill at least a little. And this thing, if you know coaches well, chill is not really chill, because you're working while you're chilling. And you are expected to come up with solutions as quickly as possible, sort problems, and, get the team firing as quickly as you can. So for him, it may not exactly be him going to chill. It might just be, of course, him putting himself in a place where there's still work to be done, and filter through some of the names that they can possibly sign now, and put themselves in a place where they can hit the ground running. Who knows? It just might play out for good, and we'll see what Liverpool side will get the season started when it matters. Yes, when it matters. And we'll see what will play out as far as that one is concerned. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Yes, those same numbers. You can call them and you can join the conversation right here on Sports Radio Brilla FM. And yes, we have a host of topics we're looking at. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, I can hear you. Go on. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Sorry, calling from Naiwohimi in Edo State.
Okay, welcome.
First time caller.
No, first time caller. Welcome.
Yeah, I do listen to you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I do listen to you for your program every Saturday.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm a Chelsea fan.
Okay.
I want Chelsea fan more especially to allow Sarah William P. That guy is young, he's highly talented. We should let him. We should give him time so that he can prove himself in the near future. He's just 18. We should give him time because he's just like the former Chelsea player Hazard, and also like William, that is country guy. Please, maybe we allow that guy to do something for Chelsea in the near future. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for that one. Yes, for your contribution as well on this show. Okay, Joseph, let's look at something that has drawn a bit of a debate and a bit of conversation in some certain areas, and it is about African countries at this World Cup and what they can do differently. Who amongst these guys you think can go the farthest?
Well, I think most certainly, everybody expects Morocco to go far, and maybe not the same coach, but the truth is, there's so much quality in this team that you hope that they reach as high as they got to the last time out. Again, I think the quality is what people look at, and I think we might have a different opinion when they start. Okay, first game, second game, depending on how they perform, and I think it's more important than sometimes the results, especially in a tournament. But the truth is, you look at what they've done before. Even at the AFCON, their World Cup qualifiers, they've played against big teams. They've, done good job in terms of giving a good run against many of these big teams. I think you understand why everybody expects them to, be the leaders as far as Africa is concerned in the World Cup. And I think another team people would probably be sleeping upon will be Ghana. Yes, I think. I expect Ghana to I expect Ghana to give a good performance.
Don't mind you.
The reason is I look at the way Ghana have played in the last few World Cups. When they play against the big opponents, most times they've been unlucky to play against bigger opponents. They played against Germany. They have to play against Portugal in 2014. The last time out they had to play against I think Uruguay. They had to play against what's it now?
Korea,
Portugal. Yes, they did well against some of these teams, and they actually they lost like by the skin of the teeth many of these times. And I think they show up really well against the best opponents in the world, and I think they just might need that mental strength to go a step higher. I saw some of their game in the build up to this World Cup, and the way they played, individual talents wise, I thought they had more technicality about their games than probably before, and I think they have players with better techniques that they've always had. So I think that counts in favor of them. But again, To be honest, they don't have a lot of pedigree for what they can do, and that's why they probably will not get so much respect. But I think they've done a good job of owning their own against the biggest opponents across the world. And let's see how it goes. I'm not sure anybody expected what Cameroon did at the last World Cup. I think they beat Serbia. Okay, that was a 3-3 draw. They did well against Switzerland.
The only win was against Brazil.
Yes, but they won against Brazil. Nobody would have expected
when
that.
When it didn't matter anymore.
Yes. But I think in the other games they actually played good football. I think that's where I'll take it from. But again, sometimes it's not just about good football. Sometimes you need luck and you need plenty of clutch moments. Do the Ghanaians have some of these things? Maybe not. But I think I would not be surprised if they make it out of the group first and then have a good knockout stage. Let's see how it goes. And obviously Senegal is another team packed full of talent, and Egypt are yet to win a single game at the World Cup. So it's a direct opposite of what they are in Africa. They have won they have come 7 times. So sometimes nobody about who they do and pass for Africa now they do. While Nigeria, who have not been to World Cup the last 2 times, we still have the highest number of wins. So I just hope maybe it is funny, but I just hope some team of course maybe since emotionally or sentimentally I would not want that to be toppled, but I think we are ahead with just one win, and I think for me I want to see it toppled. I think either of Morocco or any of these teams would go ahead to make that happen. But I think again, Ghana will be my dark horse. Yes, maybe not good for them, but they will be my dark horse to have a good tournament. Senegal and Morocco would lead the charge. Cote d'Ivoire, another side, I think people are sleeping upon, because ever since Emancipy, everybody thought it was luck winning against Nigeria in the AFCON final. But I think after that time, they are yet to lose a game. Except at the last AFCON that they were not able to do it. But they've also been, showing good football, and they've been getting goals. They've been winning games as well. And of course, you look at what they played against France. That probably will be an eye opener. The first time ever that France will be losing a tune-up game under Deschamps. And I think that obviously will give them a little bit of chip in the shoulder. Monkey on the back, call it pride. But I think you ought to give them a chance. So for me, Morocco, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, and then Ghana being the dark horse. Those 4 teams, I think people should watch out for them.
Okay, interesting one. And yes, this will be the last edition of Football Live before the World Cup gets started. So tell us those teams that you think can actually do something in this competition. Those African teams that you think, as far as this competition is concerned, yes, this season we should watch out for them. Joseph is just listed a couple. Yes, let's hear from you before we wrap it up on the show today. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello. Okay, try to reach us again. And let's hear from you today. Heading to the World Cup. Yes, it's in a few days. 5 more days to go. Hello.
Yeah, someone calling.
Welcome, Samuel.
I pick the 2 winners of African Cup of Nations, Senegal and Morocco. No, we have 2 winners here, so they will do well in the World Cup.
Okay.
Why are you laughing, Victor?
He said the 2 winners now. Thank you as well. He said the 2 winners of the African Cup of Nations. You people are impossible. Like, how did you think of that? So the 2 winners of the AFCON are the 2 guys he's giving a chance to get the job done as far as this year's competition is concerned. Okay? Yes, let's see how that goes. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Let's take more of your calls. We're looking at African countries and their chances. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, it's Communion. Chelsea fan from Ojutu.
Welcome.
Okay, concerning the Africans that as we participate in this FIFA World Cup, I go for Ivory Coast and Senegal. Okay. Yes, because I watched their match Ivory Coast and France. I was like, what's happening? This African country, they are very strong. Oh. So to me, I give it to that Senegal and Ivory Coast. I think they will go far. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that one as well. Says Senegal and the Ivory Coast are the two teams that would go far. Yes, in this competition. In another 5 days, we'll get it started. 5 days from today is on Thursday. Yes, 5 days from today is on Thursday. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Evening command coming from Oka.
Okay.
So, the African countries, I think everybody should look at it. The Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, their wings are very energetic and fast. And the way they think what is in that area is very recommended. I think Côte d'Ivoire and maybe Senegal, but Côte d'Ivoire is my number one pick so far in this tournament.
Okay, thank you. Says Côte d'Ivoire are his number one team in this tournament. Maybe, of course, you saw the friendly against France. And if that is anything to go by, it should give you something to think of. My name is Francis de Macheda. Yes, he says Newcastle's first son, Esteban William, possesses the generational dribbling ability and a low center of gravity to emulate Eden Hazard. He says, okay, to emulate the Hazard's iconic Stamford Bridge legacy. However, rather than building the entire Chelsea FC squad around him, it is best to carefully integrate him into a dynamic, multifaceted attack alongside our other primary creators. Putting the pressure on a whole club on the 19-year-old can derail his developmental progress. Okay, interesting one there. Thank you so much for that one. Yes, Newcastle United's first son. We're talking about Francisco Di Macheda. Yes, Francis Di Macheda. Thank you for that one. Okay, and yes, let's let you know that as far as stories also making the round at this point in time is concerned, Olympique Marseille said to be interested in selling Mason Greenwood, and figures have started popping out that they could be willing to do business for around 50 million euros or 55 to 60 million euros to do business and have the player change clubs right now. Okay, yes, that's exactly what we're getting right now. Joseph, you're worried about the figures?
I'm not worried. He's always going to be a cash cow because you know he's somebody who is 100% bound. So he's going to deliver. You know, there are some players there are some players who you always can trust, you know, to give something, even if they're be serious people for real life or not, you know, or their career. You just know you are getting something in return. And
he's that kind of guy.
He's that kind of guy, highly reliable. It's just sad the way, you know, everything has turned out to be, but you can't deny his talent. And for somebody who, despite sort of this noise, back-to-back seasons is done. Last season was not good for him. He did 16 league goals. As that was a terrible season for him because all the drama in Marseille. You know, even between him and the club, he didn't play for a very long time. I think he was injured at some point, but he still did 16 goals. In the previous season, he was highest goal scorer alongside Ousmane Dembele. So I think this is the kind of guy that would always be a cash cow for any team whenever he gets sold. And it's just sad the way, you know, just turned out for him. But Man United would obviously profit, you know, off of it because there's a clause on his contract. I think they're very healthy percentage, you know, going to Man United. So I think either way it's just good. But for him, I don't know. Marseille is just the kind of place where, you know, sometimes you can't blame the players. You can't also blame the management because it's as if everybody joined force. You know,
Aubameyang, shout to Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang and the way things ended this season.
It makes absolutely no sense what's going on in that club. But at the end of the day, you don't have who to pitch to.
I'm sure Waneri saw a lot of things in the 5 months he was there.
Now you go fit explain pass because, you know, just stand one corner, they observe everybody. I do not know. Absolutely bonkers. But yeah, we're going to Fenerbahce. There's a lot of players who are moving to Turkey, and let's see if I can, you know, restart his life there. But I know absolutely for sure that you know, Fenerbahce fans would enjoy Mason Greenwood.
Okay. Joseph, it's been an amazing ride. Thank you so much. Of course, as the action continues right here, it's been a fantastic ride with you today on Football Live. Okay, yes, the action continues. And yes, right up next is How Market. You ready? We're coming at you.